Okay, alright. So, hello everyone. Bit of a hectic day with all the uh, freaking deck lists, and yeah, we are live now. Yes, we are. Okay, screw you, David. Oh gosh, alright. Okay, so good evening everyone. Today we will be having the Cardfight Vanguard CF0 Rep Chat Tournament. We currently have 48 people who have signed up for a tournament, meaning we will be getting 20 players. Meaning we will be having a prize pool of let me message something. Alright, so yeah, anyway, good evening everyone, or good day, or whatever the hell it is, whatever time it is at your time zone, and we will be hosting the Cardfight Vanguard Rep Chat CF0 tournament, where basically, yeah, there's a Cardfight Vanguard 0 tournament sponsored by Bushy Road. We currently have 48 players, meaning our current prize pool is for the first player, he will be getting 20 gacha tickets. For the second player, he will be getting 10 gacha tickets, and the third player shall be getting 10 gacha tickets as well. Now, yeah, yes, do so. The first match we will be streaming is between okay, check, between Hikawa Skies and Mad Tully. So the bracket has officially started. Just so we will be streaming between So we will be streaming the match of Hikawa and Mad Tully. So yeah, let's just get right into it. A bit of a hectic start. Turn on volume. Alright. Now it is a bit of a hectic start. We will be spectating Hikawa, or as he is known in the Discord server, and a new Mad Tully. Now, basically, we will just see them first. Alright, this is, yeah, streaming Hikawa is a gamer moment. Alright, yeah, just give us a moment as we wait for them to give their room code and yeah, the general admin stuff, cause gosh damn, admin is freaking, yeah. Okay, now we have gotten the match between Hikawa and Mad Tully. Oh shit, there's enter. Oh shit, I'm not, wait. I'm definitely not incompetent. Wait. Yeah, this is... Alright, so we will be spectating a match between Mad Tully and Akatsuki Hikawa for the first round. The rounds will be 6 rounds of... Wait, this is 6 rounds of Swiss? Yes, 6 rounds of Swiss followed by a top 8 cut. So we will be viewing the match of Hikawa and time limit on. Alright. Yes, everything has started. Gosh, this is gonna be hectic as well. Alright. Alright, so we currently have Metali who will be hosting the room, and we are waiting on Hikawa to join the thing. Oh gosh, the nerves. Well, this is a bit of a train disaster. So yeah. Oh gosh. Oh. Okay. Anyway, they started. Okay, they have. Alright. Guess we have to. Okay. Anyway, yeah. Okay, well, this is a bit of a train wreck, so, ouch. I'm gonna take a look. Anyway, we will be having MLB versus, I believe, Kagero the End for our first match. So, yeah. Yikes. Yes. Gosh. Alright. Okay. Alright, let's view the fight. Okay. Well, that was a bit of a train wreck, but a train wreck was fun. We will be having Matt Tully versus Hikawa's character. This is like the 10th time I repeated that. So yeah, it is MLB versus the End. Now, looking at the deck lists submitted, we have a lot of MLBs, we have a lot of the Ends, and we also have quite a number of Shadow Paladin cards. Yeah, and so a matchup like this is expected, especially since POC and MLB are the current best decks in format. Okay. Now let's wait. Now he goes into Marin firstly. Very basic standard turn for a MLB player. So next, Hikawa rides Gojo. Will he use Gojo's skill to filter one and damage the opponent? I personally played the end. Okay, he does activate the Gojo to filter one, and he does pass turn, ensuring that opponent does not get the ability to search. And looking at his current hand, yikes, that will hurt quite a bit. So yeah, rides into Blaster Duck, and well, MLB players, they don't really want to commit a lot of cards, especially since with his current hand, because he doesn't want to commit his grade 2, so he will be committing the end instead, and then followed by the Blaster Duck's Vanguard swing. So yeah, very basic. Our opponent, here, Hikawa, does get the draw, so yeah. Draws, they are very helpful in the end, since you need to draw and filter into your pieces, whether it be retire pieces or your all your important pieces. Oh gosh. Okay, at least they can't see the hand. Anyway, He rides into Theja. Theja is an incredibly strong card, especially for the MLB matchup. Against the MLB matchup, since you basically just snipe their back row Wingull. So it is annoying, especially for those people. And Conroe helps a lot in the Kairo matchup, in the MLB matchup as well for the end, since he can search you out key grade 1 pieces. Usually your oh gosh, my brain. Usually your PG, so that you can actually survive your opponent's MLB. And PGs are always good. Our opponent then first attacks with the Wingull Brave with Theja, and then he attacks the Vanguard with the boosted Heat Nail. The reason why he would do that is because he wants to block Heat Nail's ability to be able to retire the VN. Now that is one of the problems of being able to of committing your hand early, because you are at a disadvantage with you are at the mercy of your opponent being able to just control the field and just destroy your field as well. So anyway, he goes and uses the Gen slot, calls a Blaster Blade, and then he just commits one Blaster Blade beforehand, which likely means he does have a Blaster Blade in hand, and as you can see, we do get draws. Oh gosh. I am getting... this is... Okay. Right. Gosh, okay. Now, Hikawa rides into the Dragonic Overlord, doing some very basic stuff. I mean, Overlord, the reason why you want to go into Overlord instead of the end first before the MLB matchup is because of the cross ride. Basic swings, just very passive turn. Gets the draw and draws a card. So yeah, basic swings, deals 1 damage drop, putting him to 2 open power blast. Unfortunately, Turley gets the MLB into damage zone, meaning he likely doesn't, unless you do some other MLB or you drew into his MLBs earlier, he won't be able to ride MLB. And because he passed grade 2, he passed turn without riding first. On his first turn 3, that means he doesn't have an MLB in hand. And in MLB, you only want to ride MLB, or you're pretty screwed. So yeah. Commits the Marin so that he will be able to hit your Dragonic Overlord's 11k base. Heal whiffs, unfortunately. Now let's see whether Hikawa rides into the end and gets the cross ride. And he does. He does have 3 open counter blast, meaning he will be able to Persona Blast for the re-ride and the draw. Heat Nail is being put behind Dragonic Overlord at the end, and Heat Nail is actually a really good card, especially in the MLB matchup, because he sets the back row, and when you're on a 13k base and your opponent's MLB is on 12k base, it means they have to check either trigger or commit even more cards from hand, which leaves them even more open to being field controlled. And our opponent Mad Tully is at a pretty big disadvantage right now. He's still on grade 2, and Hikawa checks the heal, meaning that he will be being pushed down to 3, but this does mean that Mad Tully will be able to proc heals. And he did cancel out twice, even though he whiffed one of them.
タンド&ドロー来て来てスキル発動
He uses the Blaster Blade, and that is a smart move right now, even though he will be running out of Blaster Blade later on. By this point, he might as well just commit his cards because even if he does draw into penalty, he is at such a disadvantage that even an MLB wouldn't be able to save him right now, especially since we know Hikawa Con Road 1 PG into hand, and now our Hikawa draws, checks a draw on damage, meaning he has even more hand cards to be able to outlast the MLB Mad Tully. Now Hikawa goes on the offensive. Will he attack with the end only first? Since if he does Persona Blast, he does not. Meaning he doesn't have a second copy of the end in hand. But boosting with Heat Nail means he still can get rid of the better beer in the back row. So yeah. Our opponent, our MLB player here is getting really unlucky with trigger checks since how many heals does he have in deck? I don't know. He does have a number of heals in. I'm fairly sure he does have a number of heals in deck since he used 2 Gancelots. And yeah, this is gonna be interesting to say the least. Now, what will our opponent do in this situation? We know he drew a Lien earlier. We know he has a number. Oh, he writes the Lien, so that's a very interesting move. Now, he does have pre-open counterblast, meaning he can use Gancelot's skill to give himself to a natural crit, meaning he will be forcing Hikawa's PG out of hand. And he does gain 5k as well, meaning he does not need to commit boosters for that attack. So it's gonna be interesting to say the least. Interesting, he doesn't choose to use Gancelot's skill. Instead he calls the Lien down. And he calls the Lien down to be able to hit that 30k base. Let's see what Hikawa will do on this turn. He calls an Executioner from hand, and Hikawa's in a bit of a pickle here because he swings with Lien first. This means that he did draw into the extra Lien in hand to be able to Persona Blast freestand, and this will push 2 PGs out of Mad Tully's hand. Or he does not. I mean, that was also a good move because if he checked the draw and drew into a VN, he will still be able to Persona Blast and be able to push 2 PGs out of his opponent's hand. He draws. Matt Tully draws into the King of Knights, Alfred here. Okay. Alright, he rides Alfred, and he does have 3 open counterblast, meaning he will be able to, call a grade 2 interceptor.
Superior Code. 来て。ヴァンガードにアタック。ヴァンガードにアタック。ファーストチケット。ドロートリガー。セカンドゲット。 ドロートリガー
Okay, sorry for the quietness, but Matt Tully does check the double draw, which is pretty big, meaning his hand is a bit bigger, a bit better, a bit more prepared to be able to either push on the next turn or be able to draw more PGs, and he does need a minimum of 2 PGs here in order to survive the onslaught, assuming that Hikawa is not able to retire the Grade 2.
リアガードにアタック
Okay,
ヴァンガードにアタックファーストチェックゲッ
alright.
トドロートリガー
Hikawa gets the draw and put it all on your rear guard circle.
セカンドチェック
Hits, he will be able to restand, which is still pretty damn strong. But now Hikawa's rear guard will be hitting past a heal if he had checked the 6 damage shield, but he did
ヴァ
have
ンガードにアタック
Does Matt have the second PG? No, he does not. And he takes the 6 damage. Unfortunately, he does not have the 6 damage heal, even though I'm pretty sure he has quite a number of heals. 2 left in deck. His deck was pretty thin, and that is unfortunately a loss for Matt Tully. But it is expected, especially since it was quite a brick game. Now let's take a look at the rest of the bracket. Just give me a moment. It seems that well, most of the rounds have been completed. I think there was just a number of buys, and we still have quite a number of rounds to go though before we move on to round 2. So for now, we'll take a small we'll be right back shortly since I need a bit of food. So yeah.
特訓をしたいのであればフレンドファイトを使え相手を指名してファイトすることができる
Alright, so round 1 just finished. Sorry for all the delays since we had to remove all the no-shows. No-shows who probably are playing like other better tournaments around. Anyway, we will be streaming the match of Bravely G and Alta Della, however you pronounce the name. Alright, let me get the code and let me again, incredibly sorry for the delay. We had some difficulties with no shows and whatnot. Now we will be seeing Bravely G, also known as Remu, also a friend of mine. But of course, I don't give him any special treatment. You just ensure he did everything correctly. And Alta Dealer, yeah. Let me just tell them they are able to start. Okay. It will be Shadow Paladins versus. Well, let's see what Bravely G will be playing against. Let's see.
Yeah.
Alright, so it's it's Shadow Paladins versus Royal Paladins with Royal Paladins going first, Shadow Paladins going second. Now I do know that the alright. Let's see. Okay, that was a bit being silent, but no matter. The Royal players goes into Lien first pick. I mean, just basic, just ride and pass. That's all you can really do. And then he activates the Lien to be able to filter one card. Lien's a good card. You filter into your pieces, as in your blasters and whatnot. Now let's see who. Remu goes into Blaster Javelin, which is the right chain, and in right chains you don't need to play. You don't really need to play more than 1 or 2 of the grade 2 of the right chain, since you can search it out with your grade 1, and if you don't shoot your grade 1, you're already in a very bad situation, as in you are at a disadvantage. So yeah, probably his one and only Blaster Duck in that searched out with the skill of Blaster Javelin. Our opponent, the Royal Paladin player, goes and does a basic turn. He sets up the Lien to be able to filter more later on, and a heal whiffs for both parties over here, which is unfortunate for both of them, or fortunate, since both of them are now on an even playing field. And it goes into Blaster Duck, and well, you play the right chain because it's the only good one right now. And because you played the main is a 5k base, you do not want to ride into her, to say the least. And calling it down to the main, and the main is just a really good card. It's straight +1, as well as a filter. Now, he procs down 2 intercepts as well as a on-hit counter charger, which is he is pushing the opponent to 2 damage, and he checks the heal. So the counter charge was a bit of a waste, but the heal is always appreciated. Now the Royal Paladin player is on 2 and the Shadow Paladin player is on 0, which is very good for Remu, because now he needs to take out both interceptors firstly, and then he won't be able to push a PG out of the Shadow player's hand because he's not at 3. And next turn he can simply commit 2 interceptors so that when his ML. Oh wow, this is bad. Oh okay. At least now the Royal Paladin player has a. Oh okay, sure. Anyway. Alright, this is a bit out. Okay. Alright, now the Royal Paladin player does have the Wiggle Brave, and he skipped the right phase, meaning he meaning he doesn't have the MLB in hand, which is definitely unfortunate. But it is better than not being able to ride at all. But then riding other cards, just slowing yourself by one turn. Very interesting, very nice. Now he goes into PBD. PBD is an incredibly strong and incredibly nice card. But unfortunately he does not have the 2 counter blast needed in order to activate PBD's skill and natural crit. So that is a bit of a yikes. But it's no matter. Being on low damage is good against MLB. Now let's see what will the Shadow player do. Okay. Calls down a Masquerade, and that's it. Okay. Putting down 1 Interceptor here will force your opponent to. Putting down 1 Interceptor here basically forces your opponent to only give you 4 damage at maximum, and to ensure that you don't have you don't get a PG out of hand. So yeah, definitely a smart move. Both parties check a draw, which basically just more resources, and more resources are always good. So they go into MLB, and does he have both blasters in hand? It is likely to have both blasters in hand, but he is lianing, so who knows? We'll see. He is able to search for the Blaster Blade. Since the previous turn he rode into a Blaster Duck, it means that likely he does have a second Blaster Duck, and yes, that is the second Blaster Duck coming down. Okay, very interesting and very it seems that the MLB player will be giving the Shadow player 1 more Counter Blast, but added 1 more Counter Blast without pushing a PG out of your opponent's hand. But that is also an interesting move. I won't say it's bad, because well, you want your opponent to be as low damage as possible. Well, you want to never mind. He is on the Shadow players is on 3, even though because of the heal. But if I'm not wrong, 3 of his heals are out. Oh no, I'm not breaking copyright. Okay. Now he goes into Phantom Blaster Overlord. Phantom Blaster Overlord is incredibly strong in this situation, especially since there is the cross right here. Because Phantom Blaster Overlord can just Counter Blast once, sack one of your own rear guards, and you sack your opponent's back row and force your opponent to be able to commit either more raid 1s to field, or they have to check a trigger in order to push the PG out of your opponent's hand. And he calls down on the main. Let's see what he is able to do. Drops a PG. That is very ballsy, and it seems to have backfired here, since he did draw into double trigger. Incredibly unfortunate. Now, that's a very ballsy move. Why would he drop a PG? Maybe he doesn't. Oh, okay. Interesting move. He chooses to use the probably one and only time you'll be able to use Phantom Blaster Overlord skill to be able to retire one of the Liens instead of saving it for maybe your opponent's when the MLB player calls another rearguard down behind the MLB to be able to hit over that cross right. Interesting move, to say the least. Okay, we are reaching the climax though. The Shadow player has the likely has a PG in hand, since he did drop a PG. If he had 2 other cards, if he had 2 different cards in hand, he would not have dropped a PG. So yeah. Now let's see what the Royal players can do, because it is gonna be a bit of a difficult situation. He will need, unless he has a grade 1. He does have the end, yeah. That's why I personally would have saved the one time I could have used PBO's Counter Blast 2 skill. Now, it depends on whether the Royal player now has the PG to be able to survive the Shadow player's turn. He only needs 1, but we did see 2 PGs appear from the drive checks. So we'll see. Now it's gonna be a bit of a difficult situation. He did draw the Shadow player did draw into the grade 2 interceptor, which is useful, but he needs 2 interceptors in order to survive, assuming he only has, he doesn't have PGs in hand. Okay. Attacks the rear guard with Phantom Blaster Overlord, checks nothing, unfortunately. Check the... Oh, I can't check the... Okay. Never mind. And the opponent does have the PG to be able to block the last attack. Ouch. Now, it is gonna be a bit more of a difficult situation now for the Shadows player, because if he does not have a PG in hand, he will be able to... If he does not have a PG in hand, he's gonna be relying on at least one trigger, or the opponent just doesn't push for the 4th damage to be able to push from 4 to 6 should the Shadow player not have a PG in hand, and the Shadow player does not have a PG in hand. Yikes! We did see 2 cards. We did see 2 PGs get draw check in the previous turns. So since he already used 1 PG, it is gonna be very difficult to survive this turn, because likely the Royals player only has 1 PG in hand at the moment. Gonna be a bit of a difficult situation here. Let's see whether the Royal player can... And he uses Phantom Blaster Overlord. Calls his field down 3 PGs in order to survive this. And he only has 2 PGs in hand, 2 cards in hand, meaning maximum he only has 2 PGs in hand. And since we did see 2 PGs come out earlier, it's unlikely that he did it. Oh, maybe he did draw into it. Okay, he did draw into the third PGE. Yeah. Okay, 6 damage heal. Alright. Okay. Alright, yeah. That was lucky. And now the Shadow players is in a very bad spot. Just call, attack the 1 interceptor, and then attack the Vanguard. And that is practically GG's. Yes. Unless he did draw into a PG, but unlikely here. And unfortunately, he does take the damage. And, well, welcome to Vanguard 0, everyone. You lose straight up to a 6 damage shield, and that is well, most Vanguard 0 players lose to a 6 damage shield, especially in bad situations like this. Very sad for Remu, the Shadow player, but still well played, well done match. I personally would have played a bit more control my opponent's back row, especially since he was on the PBO cross ride. So yeah. Now that is the featured match of round 2. Let's take a look at which matches are still going on. Okay, we still have quite a number of matches. That seems to be one of the faster matches. Wait, oh shit. Okay, wait. Okay, alright, I am definitely incompetent. Wait, ooh. Okay, I'm a bit... Wait, was I... Okay, yeah, I was a bit stupid. No worries, no worries. Woo. Wait, what? Okay, wait. Okay. Well, we will be right back with round 3, though round 2 is quite a ways to go. So, interesting. Well, we have seen a 6 damage heal. The previous match in round 1 was a bit of a breakfast on the MLB player side, but on this match, yeah, the MLB player clearly was incredibly lucky, but it should be expected from them since if I'm not wrong, no heals no, he only missed one of the heals, the MLB player that is, and he did just sold in, and then he didn't see any other heals through the he didn't see any other heals on his other drive checks, and he didn't whiff them as well. So it was a decent chance of checking a heal on a 6 damage. So yeah, very interesting, very unlucky for the Shadow player there, but what can you do? It's Vanguard 0 and it is simply a luck-based game. Well, we will be right back with round 3 soon. The matches should be going faster now since most if not all of the no-shows have been removed from the tournament, meaning all games should be just full matches now. So with that, we will see you soon.
ランクファイトでは全国のファイターと対戦ができる。積極的に参加して自分の実力を試してみろ。
And we are back with round 3. Now we will be featuring Hex and Binary Toast for this round. Hopefully they're both here though. Okay. Now while we wait, let's take a look at the current standings, shall we? Now, of the people who have joined, we currently have quite a number of people. The top 10 currently are undefeated, but of course there is the current round. So, yeah. Now, okay, now let's just wait. Okay. Alright, the room code has been sent to me. We shall now take a look-see at it, and well, hopefully it is a good game and a good match over here. So let's take a look. Oh shit, I pressed enter again. Okay, okay, thank god no room was found. Alright, okay, that was a bit of a scare, because I am definitely not incompetent. This tournament has been quite the mess, but this tournament has been quite the mess. But hopefully we can improve upon it in future tournaments and just know how things are run as we go. So Binary Toast will be playing Dimension Police. Basically the trashiest clan in both Zero and in Vanguard in general. Can't wait to hear David's reaction to that. Anyway, yeah, Binary Toast is our one and only Dimensional Police player in this tournament. It is interesting, to say the least. But his deck, I took a look at his deck list, and it is a pretty hard deck. Pretty full built I believe, with a bunch of Dayushas and stuff. But yeah, it's gonna be interesting to see how this round will go between Toast and Hex. Alright. Okay. Well, alright, the featured match of round 3. Let's hope 3. We should be getting Hex should be joining in soon. He or she well, they just got out of the bathroom, and yeah, the other players are having their matches as well right now. So yeah. Alright, Hex has joined the thing. I shall now give them the go ahead. And we will be seeing, we'll be seeing what Dimensional Police can do. So yeah, let's go ahead. Ooh, this will be a fun match to spectate. I think they are picking at random, so we are picking at, I believe these are the lower tables. But still, the lower tables are going to be interesting, and it is a fight between Dimensional Police and Shadow Paladin. If I'm not wrong, Shadow Paladin is the second most popular deck that had been entered in this tournament. The first being, of course, MLB. No, not MLB. Royals in general, but there were just a few outsiders or what are they called? Who knows? Anyway, yeah, Unfortunately for the Dimensional Police player, he did ride into Quilt instead of his Enigma in the grade 1. That's a big yikes right there, and well, that's insane. That is definitely quite the shame, to say the least. Well, the Shadow player is doing a fairly basic round, ride, and attack. If you are a Shadow player, if you're playing any ride chain with this, with like the on ride such a grade 2 thing, you should. I personally think you should place down a grade 1 if you're starting second. Place down just a grade 1 in general, unless you're playing against retired decks. Since if you check a draw and then you're on the damage check, you also check a draw, you will basically be going a -1 since your hand cannot exceed 9 cards. So that's my recommendation, but unfortunately for the Shadow player, he does not check double draw. The Dimensional Police player is able to recover by riding into the grade 2 despite not having the grade 1 Enigma. So that's interesting, but he's not able to do much, and it's just gonna swing face. And so is the Shadow player. Though interestingly, he also doesn't call any more stuff. Interesting, to say the least. Ooh, that is I won't say that is bad. But it is slightly less helpful that the heal came right now, since currently the most consistent way of reaching the power threshold in Dimensional Police is by cards that are on place Counterblast to give your Vanguard or give your unit 4k, and it does not seem, and either your the Dimensional Police player does not have the heals coming out all over the place. Anyway, as I was saying, it seems that the Dimensional Police player either doesn't have the piece in hand, either Cosmo Big or the Cosmo Grey, or whatever that was called, or he just didn't have the Counterblast and would rather just save those pieces in hand. Now, it is a bit more unfortunate for the PvD player as well, since he only has one open Counterblast here, meaning he won't be able to use the Persona Blast skill, but not Persona Blast, the Counterblast 2 skill rather. And interestingly, the opponent plays the Phantom Blaster Overlord Searcher and uses the Phantom Blaster Overlord Searcher skill to search a PBO from deck, securing his turn 4 ride. Very interesting. And yeah, I personally, vanilla swings, really nothing too exciting in this featured match, but Shadows is at a slight advantage here, since he is on a 11k base, meanwhile Ray Darius is on a 10k base, meaning he won't be able to hit the 11k base unless he commits more cards from hand. So yeah. Cosmo Big comes down, giving Dayusha the 4k, and therefore giving Dayusha the critical trigger to be able to... He commits a Laurel. Will he commit more cards? He is. Ooh, this is gonna be scary. Ooh. He commits... Okay. This is gonna be scary for the opponent. But ouch, that's sad though, because right now the Dimensional Police player will need to check double trigger in order to hit past that 21k base, which is a bit of a luck sucking dependent, and if he only checks with like one single heal, it will be a completely wasted heal. Yikes. Let's see whether he can check the double trigger. Unfortunately, he does not check the double trigger, but he does get a draw to be able to... Oh, he does get a second Laurel, meaning that even if his current Laurel dies, he will be able to do the restem stuff. What I would have done is I would have committed one more card from hand. Oh wait. Well, he didn't have the hand size. I see. But if he did have one more card in hand, I would have just committed a card. Okay. That is a bit unfortunate. That is incredibly unfortunate. So yeah. Anyway, if he didn't have the extra card in hand, I would have placed Laura in the back row, and then rest the other rear guards instead. But I mean, he only had one card in hand, I believe, or he had combo pieces. Maybe that was a PG or whatever. He didn't want to call it out. That's the main thing. Now is a bit of a difficult situation for the D-Police player here. He will be pushed to 3 damage, but he won't be dealt the 4th or 5th damage to be able to use any of his counterblast skills, which is a bit of a yikes. A bit of a big yikes, in fact. Especially if he has a PG in hand. If he does not have a PG in hand, he is pushed to 5. So that is pretty big yikes for the Dimension Police player, especially since he did break quite a bit going to Dayusha instead of the Enigman Ride Chain. So yeah. Okay, he does draw another PG, meaning he will be surviving another turn, but what will he be able to do in this situation? Let's see. What's his hand looking like? I can see his hand, but for the purposes of the tournament, I won't be showing it. And because I'm a bit of an idiot and didn't push it up enough. Alright, anyway, yeah, let's take a look. Taking quite a while to think of his next move, and he's just going for a basic, just take out your opponent's interceptors and just take out your opponent's interceptors. But what the current situation here is bad. And draws another Laurel. Now I believe he has 2 Laurels on hand. Okay. Ouch! Draws a Cosmo Grade, or whatever his name is. Not sure. Not that much of a DP, but it is an extra combo piece if he gets another damage. If he is able to get the second Power Blast. But what would be a smart play here would be denying the opponent the second Power Blast, but still pushing PGs out of the opponent's hand. But he goes into Phantom Blaster Overlord. Interesting. Does this mean that the Shadow player here has the Phantom Blaster Overlord Persona Blast in hand? Let's see. Let's take a look. Now, what will be the line of play here? Phantom Blaster Overlord is at a beefy 13k base, which will be fairly difficult to hit. So, what will he do? He attacks. He first takes out the interceptor. Of course, you aren't blockade, so you can't do that. Gives the opponent the 4th damage, and he does draw into the. He does get a draw, and he draws into the Enigman Rain. And the Shadow player does not check a trigger, which is big yikes. Ooh, now it's a very interesting line of play for the DP player here. Very interesting because he can be on an easier, and of course he's also going +1 because of the Enigman starter. And if he does, and we know he does at least have one combo piece, not combo piece, one important piece to be able to get the crit for Enigman Rain. So let's see what will be done here. I believe all heals are out. Who knows? Alright, now is the moment of truth. Let's see what he will be able to do. Attacks with Enigma's Throw. Gets the draw. Draws into a Cosmo Beat. That will be useful for next turn. But no, that's not going to be useful because he does not have the open counter blast to be able to hit the requirement. And of course he will be resetting. Laurel's just a great card, and the fact that he was buffed from 4k to 7k. Just amazing. Does he have a PG in hand? Yes, he does have a PG in hand. The Shadow player, that is. And the Shadow player will have to beat over not only the 9k base, but 16k 11k followed by 16k in order to push the PG out of the opponent's hand. It will be a bit of an easier time since he does have the inner main to be able to draw, to be able to filter and draw a bit. So let's just see how this goes. Draws into another interceptor. This is a bit of a painful situation for the DP player, especially since yeah, a bit of a big painful situation. Does he get a trigger? A PG is out for the DP player. Likely has the PG in hand to be able to survive this Vanguard attack. So let's see. Yeah, yes, he does have the PG in hand. But that's 3 PGs out already. Yikes. Yikes. Okay. Now what can the DP player do here? He clearly needs at least 2 interceptors in order to survive this turn. That's assuming he does have the PG in hand. So let's see. Oh no! What? That is an unfortunate misplay by the DP player. He attacks with his 8k Master Police Grandeur, but is unable to hit past the 9k. Yikes, that is a bad and likely game-ending misplay for the DP player. Ouch, that is just incredibly unfortunate. Checks the draw. I believe there aren't any more heals left in the deck. Yeah, that's a pretty big misplay from the DP player over there. Pushes the final turn button because that is the best BM in the world. Final turn. And yeah. Oh gosh. It seems that the DP player or one of them is disconnected. No matter. The DP player is in an incredibly bad situation, even if he needs at least 1 PG to survive this turn. And even then, if the opponent has 2 PGs in hand, he's dead meat. So let's see. Doesn't have the PG in hand. Can he check the heal? Ouch! That was a heal. Ouch! That was a PG. Very unlucky for the DP player in general. So yeah. Let's take a look at. Well, can't really do much, to be honest. Oh, screw him. So, yeah, let's take a look at what matches are still going on. Binary Toast does take the L on this one, unfortunately, but he is playing DP, so it would have been amazing to see him take the win here. Now, we still have quite a number of games going on, and I currently don't have dinner. So, we might as well take the opportunity to drop in on one more of these games. Let's see, who do I want to drop in on? Let's go with ABC and Lelouch, if they're still playing. Okay, let me just take a look. Yeah.
積極的に参加して自分の実力を試してみろ。
If they did send it, yeah, they did. Okay, let's see whether they are still in game. Let's take a look. No rumors found. It seems they have just finished the game. They finished the game? Let's see. Yeah, it seems they have finished their game, unfortunately. So we won't be spectating them. Who else can we take a look at? Someone and Lunar just finished their game, so who else can we take a look at? Shark, I guess. Okay, let's do. Alright, I'll do okay, quite a number of the matches have already finished while we were waiting. While the match was going on, so I believe we will be getting round 3 very soon. So do give us a bit of time. Do be patient as we wait for the next round, or we are able to find a match where that hasn't ended yet. So yeah. It seems that the room IDs have not. Well, I can't find the room IDs for the remaining matches, so we will be waiting for round 3 here. So yeah, we're gonna be right back. Enjoy the Vanguard Zero background music for a while. See you in a bit. And round 3 has just concluded with the last round between ABC and Nabendu or Lush or whatever it is. So we will be moving on to round 4. Let me just put the announcement over here. Let's see who should I feature today? Yeah, sure, why not? We will now be featuring Sirions, who is consumed the Suiko Chalice in Discord, as well as Focus Pilot here. Two more prominent Discord members or more active Discord members in this Discord. So yeah, let me just get a room code for them. Syrians drop. Oh gosh. Alright, let's wait. Well, gosh, alright, let's take a look. See how are even doing podcast, right? Alright, anyway. Okay, we have gotten the room code for Focus Pilot and Hikawa's not Hikawa, Sirion's match. So let's see. Let's see what will happen. Hopefully no breaks, no nothing. So yeah. Do let me check the we shall now be checking some deck lists for these two players here. Alright. Let's go. Sirions is playing Garmor, I believe. Yeah, he unfortunately does not have the pieces for MLB. As for Focus will be playing. Good luck. I believe Rises. Yes, he will be playing Rises, and he is on Rises right now. So we will be taking a look at a bit more of an interesting game. Since this isn't anti-meta game to say the least. Because it's not anti-meta, non-meta game. Yeah, gosh, I suck at commentary. Anyways, we will be taking a look at a non-meta game between Garmor and Rises right now. These two, Garmor MLB I personally think is the most ideal MLB deck, since Garmor basically fixes the problem of you needing boosters against a cross ride, as in your worst matchup is against stuff like PBO or your cross ride, the PBO and the ends. So that's why I think Garmor is good as a support card, as a support set for MLB. But on its own, it's definitely less powerful on its own as compared to with MLB. So yeah. As for Rises was the boogeyman of the previous meta. I personally played Rises a lot in the previous meta. Oof, yes. Now, yeah. Ooh. Hope you can see the hand a bit. Alright. Yes. Well, it's fine. Okay. Now we'll be waiting on Sirions here. It is a bit weird that when you're doing a match and they're doing the mulligan, you don't hear any music, so it's a bit awkward to say the least. But no matter. And we shall get right into the thick of it. If you all see the very top silhouettes of the starting hand for focus, he has an incredibly nice hand, even though no PGs or stuff. So yeah, let's go. Riding into the grade 1 burst riser, and ooh, that hurts. That kind of hurts. Having to ride one of your snow goals in a Garmo deck definitely hurts a bit, but it's at least better than. But you play like 4 snow goals, so 4 snow goals, 4 of your cards are PGs. So riding into a snow goal is at least better. So riding into a snow goal for first ride isn't the most uncommon thing. Rides into Trans Riser, that is interesting. Unfortunately, does not call anything of the Trans Riser. Sucks a bit, but you would rather have Trans Riser. You would rather ride Trans Riser than ride a non-riser in Risers. Oh gosh, that's a lot of Risers. I did play Risers before. Played Risers a lot back in the previous meta, so I will say I am pretty qualified. Sorry to sound egotistical, but yeah, I'll be giving as much insight as I can. Checking the double draw from the damage checks will help the Garmo player a lot, especially if the Garmo player draws into PGs. So yeah, oops. Let's take a look. Rise into the grade 2 Garmor. Grade 2 Garmor is just a very nice search your deck for a Snowglobe. And yeah. Grade 2 Garmor. What else would he be calling though? He calls a Blaster Blade. Will he be using this blade still? He will. That is an interesting move to say the least. But ooh, he's not committing more? Interesting. I personally would have committed a bit more if I were the Garmor player, since being able to just fast push my opponent, being able to rush your Riser opponent to high damage will help a lot, to say the least. But no matter, I have not played Garmo, I don't own any Garmo cards, but so I can't really say much. So yeah, it's now the Riser's player's turn, Focus's turn. Rides into Perfect Riser. Basically, Perfect Riser now is a worse MLB for a better VP. You can see it in multiple ways, but yeah. Now, since the Garbo player only has 1 intercept on field, if he commits 2 attackers from hand, he will be able to push a PG. That is quite the aggressive turn, quite the aggressive hand, pushing down nearly all his cards from hand. Very ballsy move to say the least. But why would he? Okay. Anyway, yeah, he will be just doing some basic Riser turns, also known as attack, attack, attack. You don't really have to do anything else as Risers. Doesn't check anything. PG goes off for the Garmo player as expected since he drew so many cards. Excuse me. He does draw in. He does get the Trans Riser off from the Battle Riser, so that will be useful on the next turn, especially to replenish his field should the Garmo player choose to take out their opponent's field instead. So interesting. Anyway, calls down a front row of Snow Girls. Now, personally, I think doing that, okay, it helps you for 1 turn, but only one turn, because after you call down for Snow Girls for 1 turn, they get sniped. The next turn, you won't have any Snow Girls left on field, and they'll be quite at the mercy, or you'll be at the mercy of drawing your other interceptors. So what does this mean for the Garo player? It probably means that they don't have any grade 2s or any other grade 2s, since you don't really want to commit your Snow Girls as interceptors, especially so early on. So, and then this is believable since the Garmo player did choose to just call a single Blaster Blade down in the previous on his grade 2 turn. So yeah, Anyway, more basic attacks. He can't really do much. He did unfortunately draw the heal, which is very bad. And since he did boost the grade 3 Death Metal Droid with the grade 1 Tough Boy, it tells us, ooh, he does check the heal. Anyway, as I was saying, it does tell us that he does not run stance, but it is a bit of a, I wouldn't say it's a misplay, but it is definitely very ballsy, because you do have Battle Riser, and he did send one Battle Riser back to deck, so if he checked the stand, he would have been able to deal one more damage to our opponent here, to his opponent here, so definitely a bit more of an interesting play, but nothing bad. Risers, you can't really play Risers badly, you just play. Anyway, Gancelots for the first Blaster Blade calls down, ooh, that's a fright, that's a threatening, that's threatening. Anyway, ooh, damn, 2 interceptors, and he's still on 3 damage, so even if does not get the heal, he's gonna push a PG out of hand, or does not get a trigger, so a PG will be pushed out of hand, or even if he did, so let's see, side, okay, doesn't matter at this point. Now we check the double draw, and the Riser player does not have a PG in hand, unfortunately, and that is game for focus. So yeah, why is it that every single match I cast that the freaking person I'm spectating loses? Oh gosh. Don't worry, I don't have any black magic, I swear to God. Anyway, let me just quickly update the scores from there. Well, from there, I mean, Focus couldn't have done much in that situation, to say the least, because I mean, he drew into his Riser pieces, yes, but he doesn't have any PGs. He can't, as Risers, he can't really counterplay, especially against such another more helmet deck of Garmor. So yeah, unfortunately, he will take the loss on this one, and Sirions will take the win. Now let's see whether we have any other games that are still going on. Let me take a look. Sure, this one. We shall now be taking a look at, if they're still in game, Nabendu and IG Blaster, who I believe. Okay, take a look. Oh, data has changed. Let me just collect all my stuff first. Okay.
こんばんは。今日は一日どうだった？僕はたくさんファイトできて楽しかったよ。
I'll collect the stuff later. Alright. Who is it?
ランクファイトには参加したか？昇格すると。
Alright, as I was saying, we will be taking a look at Nabendu and IG Blaster's match. Oh shit, that's enter. Okay, wait. Gosh, why did I keep doing that? Yeah, alright. They are still playing, so let's just quickly take a look, drop in, and see another match from round 4. Alright. Are we in? Yes, we are. Now, Nabendu is Lelouch and IG Blaster is IG Blaster. So yeah, anyway, let's continue. It's a Shadow Paladin mirror match, and the current situation, we are expecting from Nabendu's point of view. Ooh, he does check the heal, that is pretty lucky there. But the one problem that Nabendu currently has is he does not have the best of fields currently, especially he doesn't have the hand advantage over his opponent. But he does have, he only has one card in there. I know what it is, but anyway. So let's see what IG Blaster can do in this situation. He calls the car and is able to get an interceptor onto the field. So that is pretty big. Car is such a good card. But such a good card since it's just a 3+. He sacks the Blaster Javelin for a Blaster Duck, committing two interceptors onto field. That is gonna be quite the gonna be quite difficult for Nabendu to beat over, especially considering his current field and hand situation. And even to make it even worse, IG Blaster checks the heal, pushing him down back to 3. But he at least checks the draw, even though he does draw into a card, which honestly is decent in this current situation since card is just a straight +1. Though, of course, checking card would have been a bit more interesting than, a bit better than, you know, drawing into it. But no matter, it's fine. Anyway, now how will Nabendu play this situation? Let's see. He calls the card down. What is he gonna call? An Apocalypse Bat. Apocalypse Bat is the 10k booster for Blaster Overlords or whatever. Interesting. Now what will he do in this current situation? Let's see. Personally, from my standpoint, you can't really do much other than take out the interceptors. Yeah, there's not much use in using Phantom Blaster Overlord's ability in the current situation. Since even if he does sack one of the interceptors, he won't be able to beat over a 18k to deal another damage to his opponent here. So yeah, just overall definitely a bit more luck dependent now, since he did draw 1 PG, he did not commit the other card from hand. Who knows what card that is? Oh no, I know what card that is, but for the purposes of tournament and in play, we do not know what card his last card in hand was. So yeah, he does check the draw, which is incredibly helpful, especially considering his current situation of a lack of hand cards. And IG Blaster himself is in a bit of a pickle as well with his hand card situation. So let's see, what is IG Blaster able to do in this situation? To be honest, IG Blaster is in a pretty good spot, especially against Nabendu right now. He calls down the Dark Dictator. Is he gonna use the skill? If I'm not, okay, wait, let me check. Yeah, Dark Dictator was a Soul Blaster, yes. So he will be if he wants to use Dark Dictator's skill, I'm pretty sure that's what IG Blaster is thinking of right now. He will have to sacrifice the Cross Ride, but he will be getting and possibly be able to push the opponent to 5 and push 2 PGs out of his hand if he did use the Dark Dictator skill, but he does not. So yeah, attacks with Phantom Blaster Overlord, doesn't get any triggers, and a PG does go off for Nabendu here. So yeah, he's gonna attack. Of course, he's gonna attack a card. You might as well do that. Yeah. Now, what will Nabendu be able to do in this situation? Let's see. Nabendu and IG Blaster is one of the last matches here, so this is probably done. Okay. He draws into another PG. Interesting. Uses the Phantom Blaster Overlord skill to take out the back row. Okay. Interesting. Now what will he be able to do? We do know he has at least one of the on-hit counter charges in hand and 1 PG. Maybe the last card in his hand is a PG or another card to be able to use offensively. Who knows? It seems he will be keeping the last card in hand. Ouch! Another miss. Oh gosh, this kind of sucks. We see another misplay here where he is unable to hit the 13k base since he forgot to boost. Ooh, he checks the crit. Ooh. Will this surprise crit be the deciding factor if the opponent does not have PG in hand? Oh no, the opponent. Does he? Okay, he does have a PG in hand. Alright. I should really use the freaking animations and stuff. Anyway, that definitely hurts since that was probably one of his last PGs in hand, that is. So he will have to try and finish off Nabendu this turn. He has one interceptor down. If he can use Phantom Blaster Overlord's skill to be able to take out that interceptor. So as long as he is able to hit 13k 3 times, he will be able to assure a victory, assuming Nabendu does not check a heal trigger on the 6. So yeah, let's take a look. IG Blaster is taking quite a while to think, and he might as well. Probably deciding on whether or what he wants to sack or retire. Probably deciding on whether he will be using the Abductive skill. He will be committing a PG. Very interesting. Oh yes, because he loses cross ride, so he will have to sacrifice the PG there. So if he checks a heal, if Nabendu is able to check a heal in this situation, he is likely gonna win. Yeah, he's likely gonna win. So let's take a look. Let's see, does he check a 6 damage heal? No, he does not. And that is game for IG Blaster's victory. So yeah. Oh, okay. So that is the Shadows mirror match. I personally don't play Shadows, so I am not too certain on that front. So yeah. Okay, so we are finishing up round. Finishing up the round. Just give us a moment. We have a few more rounds here. Let me see. Okay. Shall we? Sure, why not? We might as well check in one more match, since it is taking quite a while. Anyways, let's check in. This match is probably done by the time we check in on it. So yeah. Anyways, congratulations to all the winners so far. We are in the latter stretch. The latter stretch of the. I only have 2 games left. Probably gonna be like one of the last. Yeah, the game is finished. The one I wanted to see. All right, we are gonna be going into round 5 very soon. So do stay tuned. We only have 1 game remaining between Hikawa Skies and CF0 Seishin. So do give us a moment, and we will be right back. And we are back with round 5. Do give me a moment as I get everyone in order, inform everyone about it. Okay. Let's take a look at who do we want to see here. Okay, sure. Alright, as for this, we will be taking a look at Otaku Prouder and Sumahan. So do give me one as I inform them. Give me a moment as I take a look. I even Okay, let me just try and get a room ID. Okay, we have gotten the room ID for this match. Let's take a look. Oh wait, no. We are now viewing. Oh, no room found. Okay, wait. Okay, alright. Let's take a look. Let me go to the deck lists for. Alright, we seem to have another MLB match. MLB is a very popular deck at the moment, so it is expected that we'll see many MLB players here. Let's just wait, giving them the go ahead to start their match, and we shall now be viewing the fight. Let's take a look here. We seem to have a MLB mirror match. Interesting, I guess. Anyway, well, let's see. The MLB mirror match is more dice roll than anything. And if you can see the mulligan hand starting for Otaku Prouder, I believe. Wait, no, Sumahan. I believe Sumahan is the one hosting. So yeah.
Stand up.
So we are viewing a view of Sumahan. Okay, let's take a look. It seems that Otaku Prouder shall now start the game by riding into Marin. Very basic MLB moves here. Now it's gonna be interesting of what they will do here from here. Will he be damage denied? Will Sumahan be damage denying his opponent over here? Let's take a look. You know, I'm just gonna refer to them as Korin and IG. Alright, Korin. Let's see whether Korin will want to damage deny his opponent here. Nope, unfortunately he does not want to damage deny the opponent. It is, and basically whether you check whether your opponent is basically in a mirror match. If you don't have a missing piece, you might as well give your opponent the damage since they are forced to attack your Vanguard if they want to activate Wingle Brave skill, which in turn gives you the counterblast to be able to activate your Wingle Brave ability and search out whatever blaster you are missing. So it's definitely a problem. Ooh. So Aichi drops the Lien and filters through his MLB. Interesting. this means that he likely has 2 MLBs or more in hand. So yeah. And unfortunately for Korin here, he does check a PG into damage, which is incredibly unfortunate. Alright, he goes into the Blaster Blade and he filters through a Palamedes for something else. He gets a Blaster Duck. That might be very useful in this situation here. Let's see. Very basic swing. Ouch! That hurts quite a bit. The reason why I say it hurts quite a bit here is because, well, I know this man's hand, unfortunately, but you all don't know. But it does hurt since you won't be able to search out a card with Wingle Brave since you're healed out of that one open damage you had. So this is gonna be quite a bit, is both a blessing and a curse, more of a curse than a blessing, to be honest. Alright. Goes into Majesty Lord Blaster. Let's see. Is he checks the draw. Alright. Now you will have to swing, unless he wants to rely on luck here. He will want to swing with Majesty Lord Blaster first in order to get the crit and whatnot. So he does swing, does take the safer move of going with Majesty Lord Blaster first, since if he attacked with Battlefield first, he will be relying on a trigger and assuming that Korin won't be getting a trigger on her damage check. And yeah, so it is a bit more of a safer, and I'm personally the right move here. Top decks a Majesty Lord Blaster. Okay, that's scary. Just saying, for my perspective, I can see your hand, see Korin's hand, and Korin's hand did not have a Majesty Lord Blaster, so she really needed the Wingle to be able to search out that Majesty Lord Blaster from deck. But unfortunately, she healed out of that situation. But through the power of luck, she was able to top deck the Majesty Lord Blaster to be able to activate and just do his plays. Alright. Do give me a moment as the players think, and I remove some of the players who are dropping. Now, calls down the Star Hope Trumpeter, loses the Star Hope Trumpeter. Okay, that's interesting. Calls a Blaster Duck from deck. And what else will he be doing? Calls a Blaster Blade. Of course, you want to call the Blaster Blade. And yeah, so very basic. Now the question is whether he wants to push his opponent to 3 or he wants to push his opponent to 4. He opts to go for pushing his opponent to 4 instead. So let's take a look. Does his MLB things. Now that is a bit more of a risky move in my personal opinion, pushing your MLB opponent to 4, especially when you're on 3, since it gives your opponent the chance of not only denying heals from you if you check a damage on 4th heal or on your next turns, but it also gives them more counterblast to be able to make the plays. Like in this situation, he has 2 chances to Blaster Blade instead of 1. So yeah. So, but the upsides of pushing your opponent to 4 is more of going straight for face to be able to be even more aggressive, since if your opponent does not have the PGs in hand, you will be able to kill your opponent with the Majesty Lord Blaster swing. And that's definitely a bit more luck dependent, since it depends on your opponent not having a PG. So yeah, he goes for the safe opportunity. Okay, and decides to give. Yeah, that is why you don't want to push. It's a bit of a risky move to push your opponent to 4 in MLB, since as you can see, Korin here did check a heal on 4th damage, meaning he will be on a bit. Meaning, if she did not push the opponent to 4 damage, she would have been able to heal and stay on 3, which is incredibly important in the MLB matchup. So yeah, let's see what else she will be doing in this situation. She first Gancelots into a Blaster Blade, and Gancelot is such an amazing card. Like, you don't know how good he is. Being able to put a heal back into the deck when you only have 4 heals, amazing. And being able to search out a Blaster Blade as well. Being able to search out Blaster Blade as well gives you the ability to, because Blaster Blade is able to get the to eliminate interceptors incredibly easily. And as you can see, Lien is also very important in this deck because he Lien away the Palamedes and top deck the PG, which is that's spicy. And the PG goes off for IG here. Very nice. So now what will IG be doing in this situation that he currently is in? Lien's away a Alfred. Lien is just a good card to get rid of a bunch of great trees or a lot of cards that you don't really need in hand, like extra great trees like your King of Knights Alfred, because King of Knights Alfred is more of a backup right target than a Majesty, than a just an attacker in general, because Majesty King of Knights Alfred is a counterblast tree which is incredibly heavy, and that, what you could do with that counterblast instead is activate Blaster Blade instead of just calling it Interceptor, which is definitely, yeah, that's why you want to play Lien to get cards like King of Knights Alfred, King of Knights Alfred, yeah, and access Majesty Lord Blasters out of your hand and hopefully into more important pieces. So let's see. Draws into the King of Knights, which is definitely, I think that's why Lien works now. So yeah, let's take a look at, let's see what Corrin opts to do in this situation. Okay, taking quite a bit of time to think about her next move. Let's see. Okay, I've been taking quite a while. So while Corrin here is thinking, let's take a look at what the current line of play can be here. Now, first we know he drawn into a Palamedes, so the thing he can do with the Palamedes is be an attacker, or he can use Palamedes and Lien him away. No, not Palamedes, King of Knights. Okay, now Corrin goes for the ability. He calls down the Star Call Trumpeter. Spirit calls a Blaster Duck from deck. Now what is just basic swings? Alright, interesting. Now it goes for the Blaster Duck. Swings with Majesty Lord Blaster. Does he have the PG in hand? Yes, he does have the PG in hand. Now what can he attacks side? Yes, that is, personally I would think that is the correct move in this situation. Unless, okay, wait, no, it's not a correct move. It seems to tell us that Corrin here does not have a PG in hand, because if she had a PG in hand, she would not be worried about the opponents being able to she will not be attacking side, since she will just attack Vanguard, be able to push PGs out of the hand next turn and just be able to swing face. But the fact that she attacks side instead of giving her opponent the 5th damage here tells us a lot, because it tells us that Corrin does not have a PG in hand. Because what her plan right now is trying to do is to have a 4th, 5th or 6th damage heal, as opposed to if she attacked the Vanguard instead, she would have relied on a 6th damage heal instead of a 5th or 6th damage heal, which can make the difference between life or death. Now he does go get, yeah, as I said, no PGs. Does he heal? No, unfortunately Corrin does not heal, and she will be taking the loss for this game. That is unfortunate here. But that is basically the Majesty Lord Blaster mirror match. it definitely, congrats to both players. They both played as well as they could, but well, it is a loss for Sumahan. So congratulations. Gosh, we still have quite a number of games who have not finished. Let's see which game we can take now. Let me see. Sure. Okay, let me. Okay.
ランクファイトには参加したか？昇格すると報酬が手に入る。報酬を使ってデッキを強化するという。
Alright, give me a moment as I enter some scores and search for the next match. One of the remaining matches for round 5. Oh wait, let's enter. Okay. Why am I done? Okay. Alright. Anyway, we will be spectating. Now we will be taking a look at Anime 1331 and CF0 Seishin. And the matchup here would be it would be Kagero for Anime. And as for Seishin, what will Seishin be playing? Let's see. Seishin is playing Shadow Paladins, and we seem to have entered the climax of the game. If you saw this game from my perspective, yeah, we have definitely reached the climax of this game. So yeah, then draws into the Burning Horn. Let's see what he has in hand. Blockade is pretty much an instant help in this situation, since you are relying on a 6 damage shield and relying on your opponent's not checking you're relying on a 6 damage shield and relying on your opponent not checking a trigger. That's for the shadow side. So we have reached the apex of this match. Does he check the trigger to be able to hit past a 6 damage shield? No. PG, so does not get the, and well, that was we should not have dropped in on that match anyway. That was a bit quick, and that was the last match of the block. So Anime does win that match. From my perspective, yeah, Anime was pretty much confirmed to win that match, since he had 3 PGs in hand, and that concludes round 5. We shall now be moving on to the last and final round of Swiss here, which is round 6. Let me inform everyone of that.
ランクファイトには参加したか？昇格すると報酬が手に入る。報酬を使ってデッキを強化するという。
Okay. Who shall we take a look at today? Quite a number of people have dropped, so we are having a bit of a shortage, but we can still manage. We shall now be featuring Peter and we shall now be featuring Peter and Crystal 51. So let me just tag them. Alright, do stick with us as we wait for the room ID from our featured players here. Okay. While we wait, let's talk about the current basically the representation of this tournament. the deck list submit, we had a total of 40 plus players, though some did have to drop quite early on, and some were no-shows, but we do have 40 or so players. We did have 48 players here, so we will be having a third place playoff to see who gets the 10 packs in third place. So we did have quite a number of players that joined this tournament, and we are a very comparatively small tournament. We are a comparatively small tournament here, so yeah. Okay, let's view that. We are currently a small tournament, but even in this small tournament scale, we can see which decks are the most popular and which decks are the most popular. Because if I am not wrong, the most represented is Shadow Paladins, followed by Royal Paladins, followed by Kagero, followed by everything else. I believe everything else has like only a few players, maybe 1, 2 even. I believe there are 3 Riser players, or 3 Nova players rather than Riser players. But yeah, the 3 main big ones are Shadow Paladin, Royal Paladin, and Dragonic Overlord VN, or Overlord the Clan. I prefer that name. So yeah, we're now waiting on Peter to join the match, and Peter has joined the match. So yeah, Crystal versus Peter P. Let's see. It seems that Crystal will be playing OTT, and Peter's preparing right now. Let me just give it a go ahead. Okay. The match is ready, and let's take a look. Round 6 was okay. Anyway, we are in the match right now. It is, this is I believe we only had 1 or 2 matches that didn't have an MLB player in it, but it is to be expected since MLB is one of the most popular decks in the current meta. Now we will be seeing how these 2 players will be playing their decks. Yeah, interesting mulligan to say the least. Anyways, whoop, stuff is quieting down. Okay. Alright, everything's working fine. Now, of course, MLB is gonna do MLB things, as in just ride and pass. Excuse me. Ride, pass. Activates the Gancelot early. Uses Gancelot fairly early on. Personally, I wouldn't, unless your hand doesn't have the blaster, which already means you are at quite a disadvantage here. So yeah, yikes! That's a pretty crap draw too. And well, since I can see the hand of the player who is hosting the room, yeah. Ooh. Yeah, the hand isn't the best to say the least, but let's see. Vanguard 0 is a luck dependent game, so yeah. But does he choose? Okay, Crystal does choose to pass turn instead of to damage 9 instead of being able to giving your opponent the 1 counter blast to search out key pieces such as whatever. Ooh, very interesting. Yes, so this does back up my suspicions from the previous turn, from why he wouldn't ride into, why he wanted to activate Lancelot early, because he does not have any other blasters, grade 2 blasters in hand, and this supports it even more because he chooses to ride into one of his grade 2 non-blasters instead of his single blaster in hand. So, ooh, interesting. Does check a draw, which will help quite a bit. We'll need a filter. Doesn't get the, so he will be staying on 1 damage, and yeah, Crystal that is. Anyway, OTT will be having quite the work cut out for it, as it is supposed to be one of the best decks in format, and I believe, and Crystal's not, as you can see, Crystal's not playing Tsukuyomi or even Witches. He seems to be playing good stuff, OTT rather. Or not really good stuff. You just set one OTT. I think that's the meta name for it. But no matter. Right into the 12k nose, 12k 6 soul. Okay. Makes sense to say that. Makes sense because you do have cards. Well, because your main ride, at least I believe the main ride in this deck is CEO Amaterasu, meaning you do get into your 6 soul fairly easily to hit that 12k attacking requirement. Now, he goes, attacks the rear guard, of course, and then attacks the vanguard. You'll probably boost here because getting Lozenge Megas into the deck as a fifth heal is incredibly useful. So yeah, definitely the right move here, but connection is a bit slow on the Misaki's point. No, Crystal's point. Oh gosh, Anyway, yeah, connection is a bit slow, but we will have to deal with it. Damage checks a Blaster Duck, and what will Crystal draw from the Lozenge Megas? Draws the Wise Man. Okay, that is alright. Anyway, goes into the Majesty Lord Blaster. But let's see whether the damage deny earlier had helped. Because yeah, it did help. Because yeah, even if you don't have any backward removers, not giving your opponent the one damage for Wing Break ensures your opponent's 2 crit is slowed down by 1 turn. So even if you aren't a retired deck like OTT or Shadows, you still should damage deny your MLB opponent if you are playing against them. So yeah. Anyway, it shall now be Crystal's turn, and let's see what he can do with his current hand. Oh, let's see. This connection is a bit slow, and I mean, since this is more just a wave 1 meta, a wave 1 OTT deck, you can't really do too much with it. You ride into CEO, stack the deck a bit, but other than that, you aren't able to do much in general. Because the problem with set 1 OTT is that they don't have any easy ways of taking out interceptors, or they aren't able to draw. Now, alright, do give me a moment as I do some stuff. Oh gosh, David, you suck. Anyway, we will be taking this match. We'll just be continuing a look at this match. Interesting play. You will be going to try and push your opponent to 3, which, if you're playing Wave 1 OTT, you should, you kind of have to pressure your opponent as much as possible, even if your pressure is kind of small. Yeah. Imperial Daughter is also a pretty nice card, especially since Crystal did check many draws earlier, and did check many draws into triggers. So even if he didn't check the heal there, but the heal is very nice, Crystal would have been able to hit over a defensive by just dropping a card from hand. And if you look from my perspective here with the cards revealed, yeah, it really doesn't matter that you have to drop the cards from hand because they are important key pieces. I believe his deck doesn't have Tom, or he's not able to or it doesn't have the crafting materials or didn't pull Tom. Ooh. I really hope that the rental system in Jap comes fairly early for us, since gosh, it it sucks that because it sucks for one tricks because they aren't able to get the because they're only able to play the one clan that has that they pulled the most for, and they aren't able to try out other clans and for other players in general. But that's just rental stuff. Let's talk. Then we finish talking about that. Let's go straight into. Let's just continue with the game. MLB does drop the PG, which is an interesting move to say the least. And personally, I think it's a fine move, a perfectly fine move, because especially since, but then it does tell your opponent that, hey, I have at least one PG in hand, because PGs are useless against Silent Tom, which is OTT's main win condition. So dropping PGs against OTT early on as just 6k boosters isn't that bad of a move. That sucks whiffs 2 critical triggers, and if you're seeing from my perspective, yikes, a lot of triggers are out for Crystal here. This is gonna be a bit of a difficult situation here. Alright, let's see whether let's see what will be able to happen here. Okay, quite a number of matches have concluded. This is one of the more middle matches, though it is slowing down because of the connection issues, but we should, as a community, we should just tolerate it, to say the least. I talk. I need to not be able to talk soon, but no matter, we will just endure and try our best to continue casting this tournament. Anyway, okay, so okay, do excuse me as I needed to do something. But anyway, he goes, and that's an interesting move, and it really says a lot about your head, since yeah, it sucks. MLB does get the defensive here, meaning that he needs to pull at least one trigger to be able to push your opponent to 5. Yikes. Well, the OTT deck is more of a set 1 deck with later sport, yes, but it's definitely more set 1 based. Ouch! Reveals a PG on drive check, meaning that 1 PG is not in hand, and yikes, that is where the OTT player is in a very bad situation here. Hopefully, you never know with Vanguard Zero. You can always check the triple heal. You can always check the double heal, double 6 damage heal. You can always check the double crit. So who knows what will happen in Vanguard Zero? We will just have to see, and how the game turns out. Cause the Blaster Blade removes one of the great trees. Okay, that's not a bad move, to say the least. If you're gonna want to call up Blaster Blade for the intercept at this current moment, at this current situation rather. So you might as well use the skill instead of waiting for your opponent to check in, to draw it, instead of waiting for a time where your opponent has interceptors on field and sacrificing your defensive capabilities on this turn. So not a bad move. But yeah, clearly taking a bit of time to think about his next move, because because since he pushed the 1 PG down from him, he's going pretty much all in. He's relying on his opponent not checking defensive. Another PG is out. 2 PGs are out. Here he goes. Checks the heal. That sucks even more for the OTT player. And does he have PG? No, he does not. But is he able to check one of the heals? Checks a crit. Well, that's the third PG. Incredibly sad for the OTT player, incredibly unfortunate. Especially since it wasn't the most... especially it wasn't really the most equal of fights, to say the least. So yeah, that is the match for round 6. Now we have to take a look at some of the last few matches for the tournament. We have 2 more games remaining for remaining for round 6, but I do believe they are reaching their climax, so joining it at this moment doesn't really do much, at least. Okay, I shall now be replying to some pings. Okay. We shall not... Alright, we shall just wait for the last 2 matches. Anyway, even if we don't wait, we will be going off on a short break, as now Swiss rounds have concluded, but we will now be moving on to top 8 cut. So do stay tuned as we film the top 8, as we stream the top 8 players who will be playing off in a single elimination best of 3 format, which also has a third place playoff, since third place does have a 10 gacha ticket prize. If it didn't have a 10 gacha ticket prize, we would not have a third place playoff. So yeah, we are on the final game of this, so round 6 will conclude very soon, but I do believe top 8 has practically been decided. So yeah, do hold. So this is this is basically enough for the day. Quite a number of players did drop since since you don't really have the chance of winning if you lost like 2 rounds in the early game, or 3 rounds or 3 rounds already, so you might as well drop. I do understand that, though it is a bit disappointing, but I understand why you want to drop, especially since in comparison, this tournament is fairly late in the day for people, and that is the last Swiss round concluded. Let's take a look at the placings. Okay, we will be taking a short break before we move on to top 8, but I shall now be reading off the top 8 players of Swiss, starting from the bottom up. Now, in 8th place, just getting in, is CF0 Seishin, going 4-2 with a TB of 1 and a butch holes of 13. We next have IG Blaster coming in at IG Blaster with 4-2 with a TB of 1 and a butch holes of 14.0. He is the 7th place in the Swiss, congratulations. Next we have, in 6th we have Anime 1331, who is 4-2 and has a score of, who is 4-2 and has a TB of 1 and a butch holes of 17.0. 5th place is Hex, who went 4-2 and has a TB of 2 as well as a butch holes of 15.0. In 4th place we have Crystal, who goes 4-2, surprisingly, even though we did see, surprisingly, okay, that's a surprise. Crystal is 4th in this tournament with that set 1 OTT deck with a TB of 2 and a butch holes of 16.0. Lastly, we shall move on to the top 3, and first we have Peter P, who is at 5-1 with a TB of 0 but a butch holes of 14.0. In 2nd place we have Sumahan, who is 5-1 with a TB of 2 and a butch holes of 17.0. And finally, in 1st place, going undefeated in Swiss, congratulations to Otaku Prouder for going 6-0. Anyway, we will be taking a short break. These players will be participating in the next top 8 cut, but for now we will be taking a short break before top 8. So yes. And we are back with top 8. Now, top 8 will start shortly. We are just setting up something, giving the top 8 players a bit of a break as they have played a 6-round Swiss for the past 3 hours here. So yeah, for the first top 8 round, let's take a look at sure. We shall be taking a look at Peter P and Anime. Now this will be different since it will be a best of 3 single elimination part instead of the earlier Swiss tournament, which was best of 1 6 rounds. So yeah, let me just inform everyone. Get the Right. Okay. Alright, we shall now be waiting on the players to get into their match, and yeah. In top 8, we have Otaku Prouder, ABC123D4, Crystal 51, Hex, Sumahan, IG Blaster, Peter P, and Anime 1331. So we will be taking a look at Anime and Peter's match first for the first round, and in semifinals it's just a coin flip, and then after semifinals we will be taking a look at the bronze match first before having the finals match. Before taking a look at the finals match. So yeah, do stay tuned for that. Alright, we have received the room code here. Do give us a moment as we take a look at the match. Games are best of 3. Oh gosh, alright. Games are best of 3 here, so we will be taking a look at 2, maybe 3 games here. So yeah, all the best to the top 8 players as they play this game. So we will be facing from the perspective of Peter P, who we did feature in a previous match, and we do know he is playing Majesty Lord Blaster. Now Peter P went second in Swiss, I do believe. Yes, he did. No, he came in third in Swiss, going 5-1. 5-1. So yes, congratulations to him, and he will his opponent. His opponent will be Anime 1331, who did make top 8, I believe 4-2. I mean, all the top 8 players are 4-2 at least, but he did make 6, I believe. So yeah. Okay, that's take a look. Anime has joined the room. The two of them may start, and we shall take a look at this best of 3. Now, let's go. Woo. And surprisingly, I believe this is one of the few matches that we have seen. We have seen MLB versus Kagero the end. Surprisingly, I expected to see more of this matchup instead of stuff like MLB Mirror, MLB Shadows, but whatever. I believe we only had one previous match, featured match that had this. So yeah, we have, we will be going into the Marin for Peter's first ride. And what will Anime be doing here? Let's see. Let's take a look. Goes into the Gojo. Will he damage deny? Okay, the thing with damage denial here is whether or not you are able to draw your Thesia by turn 2. Because if you don't have Thesia, you don't. Okay. Very interesting mulligan. Very interesting drop. He dropped the end. That's scary to know. Because there are very few situations where you would drop the end. It's, I wouldn't say it's a bad move, but definitely a very ballsy move, to say the least, to drop the end from hand. Perhaps the rest of his hand is filled with PGs, that's why he wants to drop the end instead. So he does go into the Thesia to be able to snipe back row. But yeah. Gets the Ammo. Ammo is a really good card since he can be searched, and personally I do search for Ammo in more situations than I search for Conroe. Then I search for the PG when I play the end. So yeah, definitely a good card. Checks the heal, so he won't yeah, checks the heal, definitely helps a lot, and the ammo filters one card from hand, meaning he can draw into more PGs or some reason draw into copies of the ends that he wants to drop for some reason. So yeah, interesting. Anyway, he attacks with the Harlem takes the Blast Blade and is pushed to 1 damage, and a Blast Blade goes into damage zone here. Alright. Let's see. Rides the Majesty Lord Blaster, of course. What else is he gonna do? Does he have both blasters in hand? If he does, or if he does not, it's gonna be a bit of a difficult situation for the Majesty Lord Blaster player here. So, let's see as he thinks of the next. Ooh, the difficulty in this situation here. Yeah, ooh, that is the difficulty in this situation here is that 10k base the Harlem forces Peter to drop a PG from hand to be able to hit over than the Harlem's 10k base, since all of his Blaster Blade and Blaster Duck are 9k base attackers. So unless they are boosted, they won't be able to hit that 10k base. It hurts a lot to drop that PG, but so yeah. Alright, but he does push Anime 2-3 damage, but Anime is checking a bunch of draws, drawing into cards, and potentially being able to control the game and slow it down up to a point where basically it is unplayable for Peter. So let's take a look. Right into the end over here. That is interesting. And an SPD again. Very nice. Rides into the end, calls a interesting moves. Okay, I assume he misclicked, or he misplaced his dual axe. I think he wanted to place it in the Harlem instead, but then he accidentally placed dual axe. So alright, misplays happen, misclicks happen. So yeah. 2 PGs. Ouch. Says a lot about Anime's current hand right now. and he won't be able, or he won't be ending persona blasting into those cards. Is the persona blast good in this situation? Personally, I wouldn't have persona blasted in this situation, since I mean it's a draw too, but then you already saw 2 PGs go out from drive check. So what's the point of even persona blast? So yeah, that's my thought process as to why I wouldn't have persona blasted. So yeah, because you would rather save the extra attack for another turn. But that is my perspective. I am not anime. Who knows what big brain moves he's gonna make next turn. So yeah, goes on a blaster duck. Very good, very good. But then the Harlem is gonna be very annoying since it is also 10k base, forcing Peter to commit a booster. And since anime did fissure the PG from before, you will have to commit another one to be able to hit that 10k base on the next turn. Definitely a bit of a difficult situation for Peter over here, even though he does have the 2 natural crit, and the opponent is not on 13k cross ride base. So yeah, gonna be a tough game for Peter. So yeah, let's take a look. First check blank. Second check heal. That hurts a lot in this situation since Dulex will be hitting over a defensive here. Ooh, that is definitely quite painful, and not only that, but Peter will be but not only that, but Peter will have to commit another card to be able to hit the 11k base in order to push a PG from the opponent's hand. Not only that, he also has to commit a booster behind Max Legal Blaster to hit over a 5k. So this is definitely quite the pickle for Peter in this situation. So let's see how he plays this. He did draw into a Glen slot, so he can search for a Blaster Blade, but I do believe it's the last Blaster Blade in deck. Yeah, he rolled 1, he damage checked 1, he called 1 and called 1. So this is his last Blaster Blade. He's likely gonna burst Buster the Harlem. Let's see what else he will do. Calls the Batavia down, so you won't be hitting a 11k base. But what will he do to be able to hit a 16k base? Will he just be specking with Majesty Lord Blaster, not pushing a PG out of your opponent's hand, or will he be attacking with Batavia first and then pushing a PG out of the opponent's hand, or pushing his opponent anime to 5 damage? Let's see what he's doing. He's clearly thinking right now. And if you had seen Peter's hand here, yeah, you would be thinking yourselves, I am already thinking of what is the best situation, or what's the best move to make in this situation. Definitely no easy out, and he seems to be relying on trigger or checking a trigger in order to get past the 16k base. Does not check the trigger, unfortunately does not check the trigger to be able to push a PG out of the opponent's hand. And now it's gonna be quite a devastating turn, especially if anime goes into blockade right now. So let's see. Even if he does not go into blockade, which he does not, he calls a Nahalan just over the Dulex. Calls a Berserk. Will he be retiring 1 Interceptor? Yes, he will. He will be retiring the Interceptor, and basically pushing 2 PGs out of Peter's hand here, and then forcing Peter to call basically, since Peter does not have any more Blaster Blades in deck, he can rest easy knowing that his Interceptors had to be hit over. Let's see. Very tough situation and very bleak situation for Peter right now, especially since his opponent is still on only 3 damage, meaning that even if he does not have a PG in hand, he won't be able to go for the kill unless he had run crits in his deck. So very difficult, very difficult situation here. Draws into Gancelot, but unfortunately does not have the Blaster Blade left in deck to use that Gancelot, meaning it's a wasted heal. And that is incredibly bad in the current situation right now. And his other card was a Star Call Trumpeter, meaning he has no more PGs in hand, and he can call a Blaster Duck from deck to be able to take out one of the interceptors, but he will be forced into attacking the Harlem with the Majesty Lord Blaster, ensuring that a PG won't be pushed out of the opponent's hand. It's very bleak and yeah, and he wasn't the trigger. But fortunately he does check a heal, meaning that it is likely that he will survive the next turn. Checks a draw as well, giving him a bit more resources, a bit more leeway to survive the next, to be able to put up a counter attack on the next turn. Now let's see. He attacks the Berserk and then attacks and pushes the opponent's enemy to 4 damage, meaning that Majesty Lord Blaster will be in the kill range. Should he not have any PGs in hand. Definitely a bit more of a lucky streak. Lucky drive checks, but those were lucky drive checks that were very much needed ouch, even was another Nahalem. That 10k base really screwing with Peter's plans here. He attacks with the end first. I mean, it doesn't really matter which way he attacks. Really doesn't matter. So let's see. Unfortunate. That 10k base really hurts, since you have 9k, you mostly have 9k grade 2s and you mostly have 9k grade 2s. So you either have to drop a grade 3, meaning your defense is in a bad situation, or you have to luck into Bedivere or other boosters. And this game has been very unlucky with that, to say the least. Now he does draw into the Lien finally, meaning that he will be able to hit over that 10k base. Does he have Blaster Ducks left in deck? Let me take a look. Yes, he does have Blaster Duck left in deck. So alright, that's okay. He does have the Blaster Duck left in deck, so you will have 2 interceptors, meaning that he needs meaning that if he has 1 P, then his opponent will require something like a blockade to be able to kill. So yeah, that was definitely quite the lucky draw there, or quite the needed draw rather. Not really lucky. So now it's whether or not Anime has the PG in hand to be able to survive. Let's see. Oh, he does not. Let's see. Does he check the 6 damage shield? That's the PG. That's double PG, and that is game. That was really close. That was incredibly close. MLB was in a very bad situation on that during this game, so that will be a very close victory for Peter here, and we shall now be moving on to game 2. Peter, you may start the round. Okay. Alright, then we start game 2. Give them the go ahead. That was a very close match, and definitely a bit more much lead and luck for Peter over there to be able to check the heal, to be able to survive one more turn, and then drawing the Lien ensure that he will be able to survive drawing the Lien will ensure that he will be able to attack the Nahalem without having to attack with his Majesty or Blaster deck. So very lucky top decks, and very close game in general. Alright, let's see. Oh, that's a good hand. Right,
スタンドドロー
MLB starts first this time. Yeah. So, wait, no, MLB starts first again. So, let's see. Alright, it's now his turn. Ouch, riding a Bari. That's incredibly unfortunate, especially against MLB. Will he be damage denying though? Let's see. He will be damage denying. He just will be filtering one card from that. Personally, I would not do this because you basically whiff a heal. The situations you can get in the situations, you can check and draw, you draw a card, or you whiff a heal if you check trigger. But the one thing that will be helpful is that you don't check anything at all, and you don't check anything at all, and you basically just filter the deck by one card. So yeah, that's the only good situation. But it's more than not, you are gonna whiff some trigger, and yeah, ouch, whiffs the heal. Definitely quite the quite the situation here. Right into Theja again. Theja is very much needed over here. Because Theja is an incredibly strong card against MLB because you can just take out the Winged Brave incredibly easily, usually slowing your opponent down by one turn. And then one turn basically means you can save one more PG in hand and be able to either draw into more, to be able to either outlast your opponent, just out control them, or be able to just out pressure them in general. Let's just see what will happen here. Now he goes to Theja's, the Winged Brave does not filter anything with arrow. That's interesting. Probably has a very good hand, though he did have to ride a PG on his grade 1 turn, and unfortunately the MLB player Peter does whiff another heal, and it also whiffs, it's also against luck, meaning he won't be able to search for more Blaster Blades. Alright. Hey. Again, the 10k base will force a commitment of a booster to that column. So yeah, definitely a bit unfortunate. Now let's see what Peter will do. Will he push his opponent to 4 damage? Yes, he will. Enemy gets the draw, meaning he has more pieces, and then cool. Goes into and does his MLB stuff. He checks a PG, checks and whiffs a heal. Yikes, that's one of the bad points of pushing your opponent to 4. You can whiff a heal. I think he's only on 1 damage. I mean, that's 2 whiffed heals already, and that's a bit of a difficult situation for. That's definitely a bit hard against decks like the end. So yeah. But the end, enemy here does check another PG in damage zone, which means 2 PGs are out, and at best he only has 2 PGs in hand. But it's likely that he does have the 2 PGs in hand since he did check, he did corner into the arrow. Yeah, so let's see. He goes into Overlord first, meaning that he's probably planning to go into the end cross right next to for a 13k base, which is incredibly helpful. Calls down the Berserk Dragon to be able to just have an interceptor on field. Very nice, very nice. Checks a very much needed heal there. So yeah. Okay. Let's see. Checks a draw, giving Peter more pieces, but he does draw into a draw, so that's a bit unfortunate. But you do have more attacking bodies on the field. Right, so it isn't a terrible thing. Now he does draw into the star called Trumpeter. So he will be able to call his blaster if he wants to in this situation. Now he is taking quite the time to think of what he wants to do here. Of course he's skipping right here, so you don't want to ride into anything else other than MLB. So yeah. Okay, he calls down the star call. Likely gonna use the skill to check a blaster duck instead. Right, goes with the star call. Does not use the blaster ducks. The star call skill. Definitely interesting. Now, does he have a PG PG in hand? Yes, he does. Alright, but now we know that anime only has one PG in hand right now. That is or he maximum can only have one PG in hand, and in the following turns his Majesty Lord Blaster will be hitting for very threatening 2 crit numbers.
Attack! First check. Second check.
Alright, he ends and attacks the Star Call and then uses the Persona Blast skill there to be able to just be able to restand and push 2 damage to the opponent. Attacks with Overlord first. That is very that's very interesting. Yeah. Okay. With the defensive, checks the defensive there, so the end will have to check a trigger here in order to hit, and he does not. So it will now be the MLB player's turn now. But the MLB player does not. Oh, sorry. But the MLB player does he have the booster to be able to hit past that 13k cross right base? Let's see. He does draw into another King of Knights Alpha and another trigger here. So definitely a bit more of a difficult situation here. Seems to be deciding now what he can do, since he did draw into the King of Knights. Ooh, he did. He lands first, and then he lands into a booster. That's very good for him. Now he attacks with Palamedes here. That is definitely I would say that's ooh, he did get a trigger, but I would have taken that risk as well, since our opponent likely does not have, anime likely does not have a PG in hand, and he goes to heal, so even that defensive was not did not help him. So anime likely doesn't have a PG in hand, so he might as well just try and go for the kill. And does he have the PG in hand? Oh, he does not. But still, pushing anime 2-4 on here was definitely the riskier, but I do believe one of the better options here, since he's pushed to 4. All his PGs are out. The next turn he can kill. So he will, and especially for anime, is a very bad situation. Anime must push 3 damage against MLB here. He first attacks with Overlord at side. Now the reason you would do that is to get more triggers, since anime will have to check 1 trigger in order to be able to hit the 22k base of MLB, and that's assuming that he doesn't check any more triggers. So getting 4 drive checks helps a lot to be able to hit those odds. Now he attacks with the Burning Horn, 12k at 12k, very useful, very interesting. Unfortunately checks a trigger. That's a very interesting triggers. Those are very interesting triggers in damage zone over there. Heal, draw, very interesting, very nice. They checked 4 defensives. So yeah,
セカンドチェック
doesn't get anything, and this is a very bad situation for anime. Okay, drops the final turn. Alright, that is quite DBM, but no matter.
スタンドドロー
Draws into the assault, so even if other shenanigans happens, he will be able to survive. Let's take a look. Calls the Star Call Trumpeter. Star Call Trumpeter is probably gonna call something like a Blaster Duck to as just a 9k body and an interceptor.
ベリオルコール
Let's see, will he I don't know how many triggers I have.
スキル発動
I can check. Sure, I can check that part. Never mind, I've rarely used spectator mode. Alright, he does draw into the PG. Blaster blades the 9k, the burning horn. Okay, that's definitely a bit. Okay, I mean, in this situation right now, that I would say is a misplay, but it doesn't affect the current situation. Yeah, but a 9k body is still a 9k body. He attacks with Vanguard first, preventing the chance of getting a defensive and then not being able to hit. Yeah, 6 damage. Oh, 6 damage healed by anime over here. But the problem now is, will anime be able to hit? Will anime be able to push 2 damage as well as push past the PG with 2 interceptors on field? That is the question. The most if anime does play blockade, you can go into blockade, call down your entire hand. Don't really care what he called down, but unfortunately he doesn't have a blockade. But blockade would have been very useful, would have been very good for a last resort situation like this. So yeah, but unfortunately he does not have the blockade. Definitely an very ouch situation here, since Peter has a very healthy hand, so even if he gets pushed, you will be able to push a PG on hand, but he is on 4 damage. You will need to pray for more heals, at least 2 heals, to be able to. Does he even have 2 heals after that? I don't know. I do believe not. He needs 2 heals to be able to survive the next turn. Does not even have the personal blast. It's very unlikely that anime will be winning this match. Hopefully, unless you can check double 6 damage shield, which will be a very fun moment to say the least. Double 6 damage shield will be a bit bullshit, but it happens. So let's see whether anime can pull through with that power over here. Peter calls the Blaster Dark. He calls the King of Knights. Goes in for the interceptors. Now it's whether or not anime will be able to pull a double 6 damage shield. Checks the user draws into PG. That is very. So even if he does double 6 damage shield, unless he was able to get the to restand for something like a Persona Blast, or to get rid of interceptor, something like Berserk or a Persona Blast, he will still have lost. So Peter does take the game 2-0 here. Game 1 then was very close, and game 2 was a bit more of a sweat, but yeah, well played to both players there. Definitely a bit. The end player definitely did misplay a bit, I feel, but still overall a very good game, very good showing for both players. Congratulations to Peter P for moving on to semifinals, and congratulations to Anime as well for making it all the way to top 8 in a 48-man tournament. So yes. We shall now wait on the final quarter-finals match. Let me just tell them not to start. Alright, Now we are waiting on one last match of the round between Crystal and Hex. Okay, yeah, between Crystal and Hex. Let me just get the code for their game to see how they are doing and what's the current scores, etc, etc. I believe the current yeah, let's take a look. No room is fun. Okay, wait, no, yeah, it is different. Alright, yeah, we do have to wait since the room ID does change. Oh wait, no, let's enter. Gosh, inappropriate. Okay, the fight had already ended. Alright, what is the... It seems like... I think there's 1-1 currently. So... We'll be waiting... Okay, Hex had already won the match. So... 2-0, so all of the round ones were 2-0. Very interesting, very interesting. So unfortunately... So yeah, congratulations to everyone who has made it so far to the semi-finals. Let me just give them the go-ahead. Do a bit of background noise, but no matter. Alright, we shall be featuring the match between Hex and ABC. 1, 2, 3, D4. So yeah. Let me just get the room code for them, and it's gonna be another best of 3. Alright, we are still waiting on the I guess I shall answer chat since chat has been going a bit. Yeah, so what's my current rank? 24, as you can see. Mainly done via VP farming because there are so many VP farms here. You can just play the 6k base for either play the 6k base for either from either Royal Paladin or Kagero, and you'll be able to just steamroll. Oh shit, let's enter. Don't enter, please. Okay, good. Thank God. Alright. Anyway, we have gotten the match from Hex and ABC. So let me just tell them they are able to start. Right. Let's wait. We are waiting on ABC right now. Let me go grab a quick drink. Let me go grab a cup of water. ABC is taking a while. Let me just get him. Okay. Right, okay, so unfortunately,
Okay, everybody.
shut up. Alright, we will be, it seems that, ABC will is having some problems here, so we will be given 10 minutes. So for now, we will take a look at the other semi-final match between Sumahan and Peter. So yeah. Alright.
ランクファイトでは全国のファイターと対戦ができる。
Alright, we are back with, alright, we are in the game of Sumahan and Peter from the previous round. Peter was definitely quite lucky, and it seems to be a MLB mirror match. We are viewing from the view of Sumahan, I believe, and Sumahan does, Sumahan did give Peter the damage, so yeah. And as I said earlier, sorry for the background noise, but as I said earlier, you might as well, I should probably not see that, allow people to see the hand, but no matter. As I was saying, as I said earlier, you might as well give your MLB opponent 1 damage, since they will be forced to attack your Vanguard. So you can proc your Wingle Brave instead as well, so you can search for the stuff, so might as well. So that's the one time you wouldn't want to damage your opponent, and that is the MLB mirror match. So yeah. The opponent Peter does take the damage and does get a PG into damage, which is incredibly difficult. Yeah. So yeah. Majesty Law Blaster, pretty helmet right now, pretty basic. Going in for the rush, already pushing a PG out of Sumahan's hand. That's a very aggressive turn by Peter here. So yeah. Okay, a PG is pushed out of hand, and that is pretty. It hurts quite a bit for Sumahan, to say the least. Definitely drawing quite a number of Ganselots in hand. So, but they can be searched. They can be returned to search for Blaster Blades, so it is fine. Now, will you get a second? Yes, you will do the second Ganselot to get another Blaster Blade from a deck. Now, what will Sumahan be playing now? Let's see. Sumahan taking quite a while to think. He does have the Blaster Duck to be able to. He definitely does have the Blaster Duck to be able to. Who unfortunately does draw the Alfred early. Does draw into a trigger. He does have the Blaster Duck to be able to to be able to activate the skill. Interesting. Okay, that's an interesting. That's definitely an interesting play. Attacks with Blaster Blade, pushes into PG, forcing a PG out of opponent does. Peter does check a draw, meaning that well, it's still hit past defensive, but it does give Peter more of a chance of getting into important pieces such as Blaster Blades, and other cards. Likely has the PG in hand. Yes, does have the PG in hand to be able to not be pushed to 5, which will be incredibly bad in this situation. So yeah, that is Peter's match. Well, let me. All right. Goes into the Star Call and calls a Blaster Duck from the Star Call. Definitely an interesting move. Will he push a PG out of hand, or will he going for the risky move of ouch, that's a PG out of hand. Will Sumahan be able to does Sumahan have the PG in hand? Does not track any triggers, but does Sumahan have PG? Unfortunately does not, but he did return 2 Gen slots the previous turn. Does he check the Gen slot? Unfortunately does not, and that is game. I believe this is the first game. Yeah, this is game 1. We're still waiting on the supposed feature match of ABC, but he does need to do some things, so yeah. Alright. Let us continue on the next game. Peter and I just give him a go ahead. Alright, we are going into game 2, I believe. Sumahan being incredibly... wait, no, not Sumahan. Peter doing incredibly well. We are now looking from Peter's point of view, and his starting hand is looking interesting. Really interesting hand. Interesting that he kept it. Right into the PG, which is a pretty big yikes, but no matter. Anyway. Alright. Rides into the Sumahan rides into the Merit. So really nice. Basic swings, very basic. So it will looking at the hand, okay, interesting. Draws into Blaster Blade. What will he ride? We did see a bit of the Sumahan's hand, Peter's hand earlier. So yeah, it is quite unfortunate that he did drop the PG. Or did have to ride the PG. Oh, that is interesting move. Does damage deny? I mean, in this situation, it proves something. It proves that the opponent does have two. Oh damn, Sumahan. What is? This is definitely an interesting game right now. Both players going on. Okay. Right. Now, interesting move. Interesting. Now it's impossible for Peter to push a PG out of Sumahan's hand in this situation, since Sumahan's currently at 0 damage here. And 0 damage game is always fun, to say the least. Anyway, calls down both blasters, because of course, why wouldn't you? Pulls back, Blaster Duck. Falls Blaster Duck, okay, very interesting. Gonna soul in the back row Blaster Duck and have Blaster Duck, the Blaster Duck in the front row just be a interceptor, 9k interceptor for the next turn. Not attacking with Wingle Brave. That is... Huh. That's interesting. Personally, I would attack with Wingle Brave in this situation, just to get... Because your opponent's at least gonna deal you 1 damage, so you have at least 2 open counters. You might as well search for something like a Blaster Blade or a... Ooh, that is a PG out in the damage zone. You might as well search for as I was saying, you might as well search for something. So yeah, that is Peter's turn. Definitely interesting turn. So yeah. Anyway, sorry for the background noise. Parents are, I hope. But wait. Alright. Goes into MLB. The reason he wrote into what would it? Cancelots. Probably has the Blaster Duck in hand. Yeah, there's the Blaster Duck in hand. He's gonna push the opponent to... Would he want to push? Okay. The ends. Let's see, what else would he do? Blaster Duck attacks. Blaster Duck. Blaster Blade, push it to force the PG out of hand. Even if he does jet in defensive, he does gain 10k power, which is very strong. And he does attack with the Wingle Brave. I mean, it doesn't really matter. Checks a heal, that is pretty big. So yeah, very nice, very strong. Very strong, pushing a PG out of Sumahan's hand, out of Peter's hand. And Peter currently in a pretty beefy, pretty meaty situation. Alright, let's see. Let's take a look. Calls the Bedivere down. Bedivere goes in for the swing. Blaster Blade is out. Does Peter have the PG to take? Gets a heal off of Gancelot. That is pretty big as well, since even if he does not have the PG, even if Peter here doesn't have the PG, he would be able to survive and just be pushed to 5 here. So yeah, let's see what Peter can do. Let's see what Sumahan does in this situation. If he has a Blaster Blade in this situation, it will be pretty big, since he can push his opponent to 4 fairly easily, since you can just take out the Bedivere. Or he can push his opponent to, or he can try and take the risk and push his opponent to 4 by just checking a trigger. But apparently he doesn't. He has 2 MLBs in hand. Yikes, that definitely does kind of hurt, but yeah. Okay, well, it's a bit of a difficult situation for Peter here, for Sumahan here. He does not have any more PGs. He will be relying on that 12k base to be able to survive the turn, basically. Peter does not have the PG. He has to finish Sumahan off on this turn, and that's assuming he did not draw a PG. Searches the Blaster Blade from deck. Alright, but if he drew a PG, it is pretty much game. So let's see what kind of luck Peter has here. He will need to start tracking triggers. Calls down the King of Knights. Probably gonna call some. Calls down the Blaster Blade. Will he be using Blaster Blade skill? Yes, he will be removing one of the Majesty Lord Blasters. Will he be using a King of Knights to maybe search for an Interceptor? I believe he does play. Yeah, he does play quite a number of Bedivere, so you can just have Bedivere to have as a 12k attacker. So you might want to do that instead. And yeah. But he just opts not to and calls a K in order to be able to hit. Still uses the King of Knights ability. Interesting. Interesting move by Peter. Calls okay. That's definitely an interesting move. Definitely depends on a checks another PG. This is the 3rd PG, so it's likely there's no more PGs left in deck. So can Peter take game over here by just hoping that he didn't draw PG? Yes, he doesn't, but does Sumahan check the 6 heal. 5th heal. That's very unfortunate, very bad for Sumahan. And that is game. Unfortunate, Sumahan. Congratulations though, you will be playing.
ありがとうございました。
You played very well, both players. Peter played game 1 and Peter played game 1 really well. Sumahan played game 1 really well as well. Wait, was it 1-1? Okay. Was it 1-1? I believe it's 2-1. 2-1. 1-1. It's 1-1 now? My brain's dying. Alright. Let's see what. Okay, but if my brain is too small, I do believe Peter won. Yeah, Peter won 2-0. I do believe. Yeah. So congratulations to Peter for making it into the into finals. So yeah, we currently have one final. Congratulations to Sumahan as well. He will be playing in the third place playoff. Third place will be having the. Though I will have to check with ABC, and since the match is already over, we are waiting on their match right now. Alright, let's see whether ABC is still there. Okay, let me try and enter. Oh, no, not really. Alright. Let me see whether ABC is available, whether we can continue. We have to continue. Alright, they seem to be in the game already. So, okay. So now we shall be taking a look at Hex versus ABC. Hex is still waiting on ABC here. Let me think of what to do. Alright. Alright, give me a moment. Alright, do be patient as we wait on ABC here.
"特訓をしたいのであればフレンドファイトを使え。相手を指名してファイトすることができる。
And we are back. ABC has finally replied after quite the break. He will be handed one game loss. So if Hex wins this game, he will win the entire round. I mean, he did take quite a while since he was the featured match like 30 minutes ago. Anyway, yeah, basically Hex is 1-0 right now, and ABC will be having to fight like uphill. Oh wait, crap! I pressed enter again because I was stupid. All right, never mind. Give me a moment.
ランクファイトでは全国のファイターと対
Just enter because I'm stupid. Alright, no matter. Alright, now let's take a look. Alright, both players are finally in the game, and we shall just cast this. So you're getting both semi-final final rounds for today, I guess, for this tournament. We are joining in from the perspective of Hex, and it will be Shadow Paladin versus Royal Paladin. Now the top 4 is quite interesting. It's like 3 MLB, 1 Shadows. Let's see whether Shadows can win it all, or will MLB just stay victorious. Let's see. MLB is definitely one of the boogeyman of Vanguard 0 right now. But I personally think if you play the end to the best of his abilities, you will be able to beat the MLB incredibly easily. Have at least a positive win rate against MLB. So yeah, he goes, calls the main, draws 2 cards. Unfortunately, the top card is a bad half card. So let's see what will he want to do in this situation. Personally, I would not have swung at all. So the next turn I would go into PBD. Then I can do other shenanigans. So yeah. But it seems that he will be going for quite the rush. Unfortunately, there you will have to check a heal in order to he will have to check a trigger in order to hit past that 18k base since you got a defense. Checks the draw, so he does go and hit past the 18k base. Let's see. The opponent will have to drop 2. Well, they don't have to drop 2. Oh gosh, ABC. Alright, ABC will have to drop 2 attackers in order if he wants to deal any damage to the Vanguard, or he can just ride into a blaster and attack the rearguard just to search for one of his missing pieces, whether it be MLB or even one of his other blasters. Let's see what ABC does in this situation. Right into Blaster Blade. Well, if he has all the pieces using Blaster Blade skill, yeah, using Blaster Blade skill is actually pretty decent at this point. Since it pushes your opponent straight to 3, meaning that even if your opponent does, even if Hex pushes 2 interceptors on this turn, he will be able to still push a PG out of hand. But unfortunately, it seems that he doesn't have the pieces. Doesn't have the ability to push for so much, so you will just be pushing Hex to 2. Let's see. What will he ride? He rides into PBD. PBD. Calls the car calls a PBD. Which cards will he sack for PBD's ability? Let's take a look. All 3 cards. Okay. Calls only 1. Blasting up. Okay, not going for more. Very interesting. He will be able to push APG out of attacks rear guard. That is very interesting. Very interesting indeed. Checks the trigger. It seems like he wanted to check a heal. I believe he has 3 heals left in deck. So checking the heal there would have been useful, and he wouldn't have whiffed the heal if he had dealt the damage with Blast Duck instead. So nothing interesting move. Alright. MLB. He rides into the MLB. Call gets the Blaster Blade from deck. What else will he? Does he have the Shadow Paladin? The Blaster Duck.
頼んだわよ
Yeah, he searches Blaster Duck with Star Call, so he will be having the natural 2 crit. But it seems that, but will he be able to push a PG out of hand? He still needs to deal one more damage in order to push the PG out of hand. So he needs to commit at least 1 booster here to push a PG out of Hex's hand.
頼んだわよ
Alright. Do pardon the interruptions from my parents. Anyway, let's take a look. I mean, doesn't really matter which one he calls, he's already called it down, so might as well. Who's the Star Call back? Okay, just deciding on it. Let's see.
頼んだわよ
Calls a Blaster Blade. Okay. It's gonna soul in both back rows, basically force the opponent to hit past two of his interceptors. Definitely, it's a fine move. Probably only has 1 PG in hand, so if he can, probably only has 1 PG in hand. Oh, that's unusual. So anyway, you did see quite a bit of the hand as well, and definitely quite a bad situation for Hex, who does not have the PG. But he does go into the Phantom Blaster Overlord. He does go into the Phantom Blaster Overlord Crossfire. This means this is gonna be quite the... Okay, what should be done in this situation? He goes, retires, and gets the other Phantom Blaster Overlord to be able to Persona Blast and push APG out of ABC's hand. Calls down 2 interceptors here. So ABC will have to commit 1, 2, 3 cards. If he wants to hit 3 cards with 1 of those cards being a booster and 2 of those cards being able to hit a 9k base. So that is quite the difficulty for ABC in this situation. And the one card he was missing from hand came to him in the form of checking the draw and drawing into APG. Now he will be safe even if ABC is able to somehow push past that 13k base. Falls down 2 red guards. And he will just be doing very PvT stuff here. Now he needs at least 1 trigger to hit past that 13k base. Will he get it? He gets the heal. That is very bad. That's very bad for that's very bad for Hex over here. So yeah, he draws into the Masquerade. What is he gonna do here? What shall be his decision? Commits his entire hand here. Very okay. Alright, so he commits his entire hand. Attacks the rear guard. Attacks with Vanguard next. The Vanguard is definitely the better option. He can double. I believe he does have 3 heals left in deck, and 1 of them procs, which will be incredibly helpful. Which is incredibly helpful in this situation since the opponent has to hit over at 18k base. But ABC checks a heal, and it stays on 3. Ouch. This is. But for ABC, the situation is quite dire but for both sides, the situation is quite dire. If he does not, both players have placed down their entire hand in order to have both placed down their entire hand. Now, it depends on a trigger to be able to push to 5. Will ABC be able to push the? He gets the trigger, pushes Hex to 5 damage, and Hex doesn't have very much resources left in order to be able to make that push. for on the next turn, and ABC from their draw and from the next turn draws into a grade 1, it is pretty much game over. That 13k base. He also draws into a 6k Blaster Javelin, which won't do him any good in this current situation. He retires the Blaster Javelin, might as well get rid of him, and go straight for picks. He checks the heal, so yeah, but it's not gonna help as much. Does he check another heal? He checks a PG, which hurts a lot in this situation. A PG goes out for now it depends on whether he draws into triggers and draws into I believe he only has one heal left in deck. So let's see. He's going all in for all in. Attacks with, let's see. If he checks a heal, he won't be able to, even if he checks a heal, he will have a very unlikely chance to win. So Hex does lose the first game, so it's currently 1-1. Do remember we did give ABC the round loss just now because he did come in quite late. So we have one more round. This will be the last round of semi-finals. After semi-finals, we'll be moving on to third place streaming. So we'll be streaming third place, followed by yeah. Let me just give them the go ahead. Yep, okay, they already started. Alright, no matter. Let's go. I'll be taking a quick toilet break, so do not mind me as they do enjoy the gameplay as we are taking a look from ABC's perspective now.
Stand and draw. Run.
Stand and draw. Ride. 頼んだわよ。スキル発動。ヴァンガードにアタック。ドライブチネット。ドロートリガー。
ダメージチェック。
Okay, I am back. Sorry. We have skipped the grade 1 turns of both players, but it's fine. Right into Masquerade. Oof. Hex is breaking quite a bit. He first missed the Blaster Javelin, and then he goes into Masquerade. Oof, that is very bad. And looking at we are now looking from Peter's perspective, even though he was handed a game loss. Alright, let's see. Okay, let's take a look. Goes into the Blast Duck. I think ABC over here is deciding on whether he wants to go on the offensive or goes play a bit more normally, as in just attack. And he does go offensively. A PG goes out for Hex, which is very bad, and Hex is now pushed to 3 damage, meaning that even if he calls 2 interceptors down, unless he checks a heal, he will have to be committing a PG from it. So definitely quite a goes into Phantom Blaster Overlord here. Alright. Top decks the Karen. Calls the Masquerade down. for a interceptor as well as just a attacker. Alright.
スキル発動
Sex Lien, which is very interesting. Currently Hex isn't looking very good right now. His hand is looking quite small, and yeah.
ヴァンガードにアタック
Attacks with the Fender Blaster Overlord, gets a draw.
ドロートリ
Okay. Damage checks, heal whiffs, that is good for, or well, bad for ABC, good for Hex.
スタンド&ドロー
Alright.
ライド スキル発動
Sorry for the lack of talking.
コール
Got myself a bit of supper. Anyway, he does call the Star Call Trumpeter, activate Star Call Trumpeter, probably calling some probably calling Blaster Duck. You don't even want to search for Blaster Duck or Blaster Blade, since if you have Blaster Blade in hand, you will be able to burst Buster and just remove an interceptor or instead. So yeah. Ooh, very interesting. He keeps 2 interceptors on field. So he commits quite the
リア
hand.
ガードにアタック
So yeah.
リアガードにアタック
He will. Let's see whether Hex has the PGs in hand.
スキル発動ファーストチェックセカンドチェック
A PG goes off for Hex, so yeah. But it is quite the difficult situation for Hex since he has to commit at least 2 cards from hand to take out the interceptors here. So definitely a bit of a pickle. Anyways, let's take a look. Does he have a 9k attacker to hit the Blaster Duck? There's an 8k Charon to hits, calls the Blaster Javelin. Yikes, he does not have the worst thing still. Blaster Javelin is only a 6k. He needs 2 triggers in order to hit that 12k base, and he does not even hit 1. He does not even hit 2. He hits 1, but the one he did hit was a heal, which is very helpful in this situation. Forces the opponent to
スタンド&ドロー
forces the opponent to commit a booster from hand onto Majesty Lord Blaster if he wants to be able to push a PG out of Hex's hand. So definitely a good heal trigger. Quite the situation here for ADC. Really taking quite a while to think about his next move. Does he want to commit the booster? The thing is, if he commits a booster, Phantom Blaster Overlord can easily retire that. And on the next turn, he doesn't really have much. And now what he's doing instead is taking out the rear guards and just swinging with Phantom Blaster with her Majesty Lord Blaster. Very interesting.
ヴァンガードにアタックファーストチェックセカンドチェック
ダメージチェックドロートリガーゲットドロートリガー
Double draw helped a lot. Basically means he did not minus at all in this situation.
頼むスキル発動
Calls the car calls a PG. That is unfortunate there. He calls the PG to the other column. Probably use one of his the Phantom Blaster Overload skill to retire maybe the Marin, since currently Hex only has 2 cards in hand. Maybe a bit more of a difficult situation. ABC has only 2 cards in hand. So let's see. And there's a few connection issues, but no matter. It's fine. Alright, sorry.
Vanguard にアタック
ダメージチェック
Does not get the trigger, so he will be pushed to 5 here.
ヴァンガードにアタック
Oh, he has the Persona Blast in hand. This might pushes a PG out of the opponent's hand or can cheese the win if ABC does not have the PG. Double draws again. Wow, that was very lucky. Giving resources to be able to outlast opponent and hopefully. And ABC does not have the triggers, the PG in hand, getting pushed and therefore losing the round. And since ABC was handed the round loss earlier, we will be seeing Hex in the finals. Congratulations to Hex. So the current we have the finals of definitely one Shadow Paladin and one MLB, and the bronze match will be between 2 MLB players. Now we will be streaming the bronze match first. So
全国のファイターと対戦ができる積極的に参加して自分の実力を試してみろ
Okay, do give me a moment while I inform the players. Alright, I shall now be taking a look at the match between Sumahan and ABC. So let me just request a room code from both of them. Okay, due to ABC's very long downtimes, we will be taking a look at the finals match first between Hex and Peter P, which will be Shadows versus Majesty Lord Blasters. So we will be looking at that match first, followed by the match for third place. Oh, okay. Oh, and before I forget, and before the co-host screws with me again, I would like to thank my co-host D Evil slash Dops for helping me with this tournament, and for me having the honor to help him with the first Cardfight Vanguard Rap Chat Vanguard Zero tournament. Thank you to them, and this tournament is officially sponsored by, or not really sponsored, but the tournament prize is sponsored by Bushy Road, meaning that first place has 20 gacha tickets, second place gets 10 gacha tickets, and third place gets 10 gacha tickets. So yeah, we will be taking a look at Hex from the perspective of Hex versus Peter here. So that's good luck to both players, and yeah. But unfortunate that we have seen this matchup quite a number of times. So yeah. Hex has a starting hand, to say the least. Alright. Let me fix that starting hand. Go. Again, very basic turns for MLB here. I mean, it's just ride, pass. So yeah. What do you mean difficult? Anyway, drops the Lien down, starts his filtering engine from there. Lien slash Gojo, those cards are good because they're basically Yellow Bolt but worse for DI. Yellow Bolt for DI, if you didn't know. Basically, you just filter cards from your hand, filter cards you don't need from out of your hand, and you get other stuff instead. Yeah. Hex rides into Blaster Javelin and searches for Blaster Duck, calls out the grade 1 so that if he checks a double draw, he won't be discarding everything or anything in the next turn. So yeah. Basic swings. Now the thing is, whether a PG goes out for Hex, that is not very nice, to say the least. Let's see. Rides the Blaster Blade, calls the Blaster Javelin. Will he use his Blaster Javelin to fix the ride? Yes, he does fix the ride. Drops the card, gets the TBD, and next turn his ride is fixed. Alright, let's take a look. Also another Blaster Duck. Goes for quite the rush, but gets stopped by a defensive, albeit a heal that whiffed. So yeah. Unfortunately, doesn't check the trigger. So Peter will still be on 1 damage only. So yeah, okay, let me just quickly shoot this. Okay, anyway, as I was saying, He rides into Majesty Lord Blaster as always. The only game where we didn't see the Majesty player ride into Majesty was the first game, where unfortunately he did not even, because the Wingle Brave got cut, got retired, got fissured. Just not much ability to. He just couldn't do anything and not search for his MLB. So yeah. Anyway, he is calling down an extra Blaster Duck so that he has an interceptor on field for the next turn, which is useful. He attacks and he opts to go and give the PvD player 4 open counter blasts instead of 3. Interesting. The reason you'd go for that is because you are... Sorry. The reason you go for pushing your opponents to 4 damage is because you want to pressure them a lot such that they basically have to have a PG if they want to survive. But personally, from my standpoint, I would just swung face, slowly take out the PGs, then give my opponent the 1 extra CD for their plays. And this is especially true against PBD, the Shadow Paladin matchup, because Shadow Paladin's PBD requires Sec 2, Counter Blast 2 rather, and PBO requires a Counter Blast 2 as well. So we did see him draw a Namain. So will he use the Namain, drop something, and then draw into 2 other cards? Let's see. It's taking quite a while to think. He did draw for turn. He did draw from the draw trigger APG. So that will be very helpful. Draws a PBD. He's probably gonna drop the PBD. Call the Masquerade down. Calls the Masquerade down first. Does not use a PvD skill. Okay, very interesting. Very interesting indeed. He needs to double trigger in order to deal 2 damage to the opponent. Draws into another PvD, so double triggering isn't very high. But he does double trigger. Very lucky there. And a heal some more. So he will be pushing his opponent, unless he checks the defensive here. He will be pushing him. And he does check the defensive, but it is a whiffed heal. So that's good. Alright, let's go. Some basic MLB swings, gonna be pushing a PG out of opponent's hand, but you are in 3rd heal whiff for Peter here, and that's a big yikes here, especially since he only has 1 card in hand, likely only 1 PG, and he does know, and he is able to Persona Blast since he did use the skill of the grade 1. He probably is able to Persona Blast rather. Calls the car, calls the Dark Dictator. He will probably be sacking Wingo. Yeah, he probably should second Wingo because now you're on a cross-ride base and force your opponent to commit more pieces in order to hit the 12k, the 13k base. Either they commit a grade 1 or they rely on checking triggers. Now he attacks with Car first. Car gets him he gets the defensive. However, he will be able. The defensive won't matter as much since he will be able to push a PG out of hand and cross with the Persona Blast, giving 10k and a crit. Gets a draw of the drive check. And will he be pushing? He pushes a PG out of Peter's hand. So yeah, let's see.
キル発動。ステリオルコール。アタック。
Interesting move to call a Marin to the back row. Definitely I would have done that. Would I have done that? Yes, I would have done that because
ドロートリガー。
it was an interceptor down. But if he calls it interceptor down, there isn't really too much point. But I think it's better to just hope. I think it's better to not rely on luck than to rely on luck and getting the trigger to be able to hit. So yeah, that was definitely the right move. And since he double triggered, he'll still be able to push Hex to 5, which is pretty big. Yikes for Hex. Let's see what he can do in the current gen. He top decks Car, but he does not need Car in the currently. He retires Marin, calls Car calls a Masquerade. Let's see. I calls a Charon. Attacks the Dark. Attacks. Well, will he want to push his opponent to 5? If he pushes his opponent to 5, it gives him 2 open counter blasts, meaning Blaster Blade will proc here. So definitely a bit risky. He needs a heal, or he at least needs a heal. He pushes the opponent to 5, Blaster Blade goes into damage, so it's unlikely. Well, we see a Blaster Blade come down. A Blaster Blade comes down. He burst blasters the Grade 2 Masquerade. Calls a K down, and that is pretty much game, to be honest. Because you push a PG out of it, because Peter pushes a PG out of Hex's hand. Calls a nut. Ooh, wow, that is very aggressive. That might backfire. Will he check the 6 damage shield? Will Hex check the 6 damage shield? No, he does not, and that will be game. If you check the 6 damage shield, he had a chance of winning that turn because for some reason Peter did choose to commit the PG from hand, meaning that he wouldn't have very much ability to, meaning his defense on the next turn wasn't very good. Alright. Okay. Peter and Hex will be going on to game 2 now. Now we'll be taking a look from Peter's perspective here. They seem to switch perspectives every game, but no matter, it's fine. Hex versus Peter P round game 2 rather, and MLB goes first once again. That's an interesting starting hand rather. It keeps the entire thing. That's an interesting hand, but no matter. He draws top decks in the end, meaning he won't have to commit the PG as a ride target. So yeah, interesting. Very lucky. Now we need to see whether Hex is able to draw into his pieces, draw into his Blaster Javelin, and yeah, just overall do shadows things. Okay.
Vanguard にアタックドライブチェック
Goes in, gives him the search for Wingle Break. That is very interesting indeed. I mean, you might as well give him the search for Wingle Break. Personally, I would not do that, but I understand why you would. Because you kind of just need to, just push your opponent. You just need to push your opponent off as much damage. You need to push your opponent, especially against MLB. So yeah.
Damage check.
Vanguard にアタックドライブチェック
Decides to deal 2 damage to to give 2 counterblasts to Hex, meaning if he wants to do, does not Wingle Brave. That is very ballsy to say the least. I mean, might as well take the opportunity and just sack the Wingle Brave since he did not use it. But why did he not use the ability? You must think, why did he not use Wingle Brave? It's because, wait, he has the pieces in hand already, so he might well just be ballsy and give you 2 damage, even though he knows his Wingle Brave will be sacked. So definitely very interesting mind games rather by Peter here, forcing Hex to think whether he wants to retire the Wingle Brave. Top deck's another PG. That is gonna be a bit of a pain for Hex. That's gonna be good for Peter, but pain for Hex. Let's see what else will happen here. Now he clearly either has a Gancelot or something like a Star Call to be able to search his other Blaster Blade. Because he wasn't afraid of committing a Blaster Blade to do 1 more damage to his opponent. Peter, that is. So probably, yeah, as I suspected. Calls both pieces, Gancelots and the Blaster Dark. Will he want to push the opponent to 4 damage? Yes, he does. In this situation, where you only have 2 hand cards, you might as well push your opponent to as much damage as possible, since MLB is a pretty hard minus. MLB is a pretty hard minus. You kind of just need to draw into your pieces and you need to just draw in general to be able to survive, take out interceptors, take out interceptors, be able to hit base numbers in order to have the pressure to be able to make use of that 12k to crit. Now he's probably gonna search with Wingle Brave now, maybe for a Blaster Blade to Burst Buster on the next turns. We will see. Yes, he does activate the Wingle Brave. Searches the Blaster Blade as I suspected, but that is his last Blaster Blade. So he only has 1 chance to be able to burst to retire 1 of the interceptors. So he does have to keep note of that and take the chance as much as possible. Now it's gonna be a bit. Hex is in a pretty decent situation, to be honest. As long as he has PGs in hand, even while being at 4, he's still in a decent position, especially since Peter does not have the PGs. Not really doesn't have PGs, rather. Does not have the hand to be able to hit. Doesn't have the hand to be able to commit to either attacking interceptors or hitting phase itself. So yeah, definitely not in a good, not in a bad position. That is for Hex rather. Oh gosh, I'm really getting a bit late, as you can tell. I'm starting to slur, starting to get a bit tired, but the show must go on. Attacks with the Masquerade, decides to push the PG out of Peter's hand here. So definitely, I think a smart move just to play. Pushes the PG out of Peter's hand, and that is the end of the turn. Okay. Calls the Blaster Blade. Blades 1 of his. Yeah, I might as well do that right now. He needs the interceptor. He needs the interceptor to start surviving. But he decides to commit quite the hand here. If Hex has the pieces, he can take advantage of the situation that Peter committed quite a lot of his hand. He can take advantage of it. Yeah, he does have the PG. If he has more PGs in hand, he can take a lot of advantage of this situation. He can retire the Marin, take out the Blaster Blade, and then all he's left with is a K. So he'll be depending on draw triggers as well, and he does ride the Phantom Blaster Overlord.
幻すら見られぬ闇
who has the crossfire number, so basically trigger in order to hit past that 13k base. Calls a main, sacrifice. Also in the main, uses the main to draw, to basically just +1. Will he call one more card to be able to... yes, he will be calling one more card. He won't be using the skill of the bat though. Bats aren't really good. Bats aren't really good creatures to sight in these trying times, but no matter. Checks a PG on damage. Let's see. Ooh, he does not have a. Ooh, so he will be pushing a PG out of the opponent's hands here. Checks a draw, but he did drive check one PG, so drawing into a PG here is definitely a bit hard. So, but now he does stand a fighting chance of. Now he does stand a bit more of a chance, but as in a bit more of a chance, as in he only needs to check a 6 damage shield rather than double 6 damage shield. Still quite a difference. Still pretty lucky. You used to get really lucky to be able to check one 6 damage shield, but now you only need to check one 6 damage shield again instead of double 6 damage shield, which almost never happens. But you know, double 6 damage shields do happen from time to time, especially with so many games being played at the same time. So who knows? Maybe we will see a double 6 damage shield here during this game. But that is assuming that Peter attacks Vanguard and decides to risk checking a trigger. Personally, I don't think anyone would go for that risk. Like double 6 damage shield, sure, cool. Like forcing a double 6 damage shield is cool and all, but I would rather be able to force one. I would rather just be able to consistently force a single 6 damage shield rather than luck of the trigger. Now does he check my 6 damage shield? Unfortunately does not, and that will be our finals. We have our champion for finals here. That is Peter P. Congratulations to him. He will be receiving 20 gacha tickets, and congratulations to the second place winner as well, Hex, for making it so far, especially being the only person to be playing a non-Royal Paladin, non-MOB deck in the top 4. Congratulations to both of you. Now we will be taking a look at one more round, which is the bronze match round here. So let me see whether both are available. Do give me a moment. Okay, congratulations to both of them. Hex will be receiving 10 gacha tickets, and Peter P will be receiving 20 gacha tickets. We will be contacting them for their user ID in game, and that's basically what they will be using. So okay, congratulations to both. Both played really well to make it this far, and yeah. Now we will be seeing who fights for third place. 下等下。 And we are back. ABC has replied to us, and we will now be taking a look at the bronze match here. Let me request a room code. Gosh, alright. Give us a moment as we request a room code for yeah, alright, this will be the third place payoff since third place does get 10 packs. That's why we have this. Oh shite, yeah, why did I press enter? Okay, hang on. Alright, anyway, yeah, we will be viewing the final round of the day, the final round of the day, the third place match between Sumahan and ABC. So do give us a moment. So yeah, good luck to both players. Both players will be MLB players, and yeah. Let's see this. Oh, I'm getting a bit tired here to hosting this tournament. Yeah, I should also post it in the Discord. Alright, Corin versus Corin. Definitely a pretty birthday hand to start off with for Sumahan. That's unfortunate. But yes, this will be the final round, and yeah, since ABC did reply in time, we will not be giving him a round loss. So he will be playing out both rounds, even if he loses both games, even if he loses one of them. Unfortunately, ABC does ride into the PG. Yikes, there's a pretty big yikes over there, but in general, he does not. In general, okay, he does not get the very unfortunate for Sumahan. He does not have a Blaster Vanguard, or he has all his pieces already in hand. That's why he just might as well just ride him. So yeah. Anyway, he does go and attack. ABC gets the heal. And yeah. Okay, let's take a look. Blaster Duck has been ridden by ABC. Let's take a look. What is he? I mean, you can't really do much in this current situation. Like, if you still want to damage deny, it's not really useful to damage deny your opponent already at this point in the game. But he still decides to damage deny, I guess. So yeah. As in an MLB mirror, I don't think there is a point in damage denying once you're in this current situation. Might as well just swing into face, since they need to ride into MLB. Since they need to ride MLB, they probably don't have a piece, one of the important pieces here. So he does get the MLB here. Now, if you do want to know a bit about how dire the situation is for Sumahan, he literally had the top deck at MLB. he had the top deck energy and he didn't have any blasters on grade 2, so he had to ride
ヴァンガードにアタックファースト
the Star Call.
セカンドゲット
So his game is very slow in getting pieces. He can only get it on turn 5, which hurts a lot. And ABC gets another heal trigger off. Very lucky with his heal so far.
スタンドアンドド
So
ロー
yeah, very nice.
ライド
Okay, right into the MLB, of course. He did have the balls to commit a Blaster Duck, so he probably does have another Blaster Duck in hand to be able to, you know, activate Majesty or Blaster. Now, let's see. He is taking quite a while to think of what he wants to do here. Calls down a Bedivere, calls down a Blaster Blade. Where is his Blaster Duck?
頼んだわよ
Lien comes down. Okay. Where is his Blaster Duck? He calls down his Blaster Duck there. Alright. Now he can go for a very big power move that is just pushing Sumahan straight
なんで
to 4 damage here. Provided Sumahan does not check any triggers. So yeah, that is gonna be an incredibly nice power move.
ダメージチェッ
Blank for Sumahan. He needs to check one more trigger. He needs to check one trigger here. He does not. He wants a chance of
クダ
avoiding
メージ
damage.
チェッ
He does not check the trigger, meaning he will be going to 4, which is very bad in the current situation.
クファーストゲットドロ
Gets
ートリ
the
ガー
draw with from Majesty gets the
セ
draw,
カンドチェック
gets a PG. Alright. Now Sumahan will be fighting for heals, fighting for pieces here. 4 damage all blank. That
ス
is
タンドアンドドロー
yikes. And he still does not have any pieces. Does he have the blasters to be able to hit,
コース
to be able to get the Majesty Lord Blaster skill?
コー
Let's
ス
see.
スキル発動
He calls King of Knights Alfred,
スペリオルコース
calls a Blaster Blade. Does he have the Blaster Duck in hand? Does he? Let's see.
頼んだわよ
Yes, he does have the Blaster Duck in hand. He will be pushing his opponent to 4 as well if he chooses to. So yeah,
アタック
definitely a bit
ダメージ
interesting. Going straight for face with Majesty Lord Blaster Soul inning both blasters, getting the crit, getting the power, gets the heal. So that is pretty big for Sumahan over here. His situation just turned from bad to at least decent. So yeah, he did miss the turn 3 Majesty Lord Blaster, but he more than makes up for it with his better turn 4. So yeah, King of Knights Alfred coming in really handy there by getting his final Blaster Blade piece. But of course, you don't really want to use King of Knights Alfred too many times since he is a hefty Counter Blast 3 cost. You would rather use something like a Star Call, which is only Counter Blast 2, or a Gensler, which is completely free. So yeah, definitely you don't want to rely on King of Knights Alfred to get your blasters on the field, but in very bad situations like what Sumahan was in right now, yeah, you should really use the King of Knights. So now what will ABC do in this situation?
頼んだわよ
Now let's think.
来て何よあんまり見ないでよ
Hauls down, commits quite the board and retires the Bedivere. This means that if he checks one trigger, he'll be able to push Sumahan straight to 5 damage, which will be very bad to say the least for Sumahan, since on the next turn he can just push PGs out of hand easily. Does he check the one
セ
trigger?
カンドチェ
He does not check the trigger, so Sumahan for now, if he checks a trigger off of from the attack of Bedivere, he will be able to avoid quite a bit of trouble. If not, he will be depending on heals, but he does not check the trigger, being pushed to 5 damage, and now Sumahan is in a very much in a bit of a pickle. Quite the pickle.
ヴァン
Now,
ガードにアタック
to double blank and double blaster blade, that means he won't be able to retire
スタンドドロー
the rear guards now. So definitely quite the shame. Moves back the King of Knights Alfred. Will he be? He probably will be committing, because we know he wingled braved for one copy of blaster blade, and he'll probably just call it down. Personally, what I would do in this situation, I would call down Blaster Blade, burst Blaster one of the rear guards, call down the Blaster Duck, and hope I check the trigger here, pushing my opponent to 5 damage, and just essentially just praying that he doesn't have the interceptors to be able to hit past the PGs. So let's see whether Sumahan will be taking this line of play. He will not. Personally, as I said, you might as well use up the
リア
counter
ガード
blast
にアタック
here to be able to get the chance of taking out,
ヴァンガードに
pushing
ア
your
タック
opponent to 5. So now Sumahan will be depending on triggers
セ
here.
カンドチェ
Double blanks definitely kind of sucks, but you know, what can you do about it?
スタンドドロー
Checks a blank, so you would not, if you use the form of the way I would have done it, he wouldn't have done crap. So yeah. Anyway, ABC is in a very good position over here. He checks, he uses against lot, uses the against slot, goes and gets fetches himself a Blaster Blade. Now Blaster Blade over here will be able to Burst Blaster one of the interceptors, forcing beating Sumahan. Will lose if he has if he only has 1 PG in hand, since ABC will be forcing 2 PGs out of the opponent, out of Sumahan's hand right now. So yeah. Okay. Retires the Blaster Duck with Blaster Blade, calls down K to hit the Blaster Blade. Let's
リア
see.
ガードにアタック
Let's see.
アタック
Attacks with Blaster Blade. PG goes off. Does Sumahan have the
ヴァンガー
remaining
ドにアタ
PG
ック
in hand?
ファーストチケット
Let's see.
ドロートリ
He
ガー
checks the draw. Gives it all to the face.
セカンドゲットドロー
Checks
トリガ
another
ー
draw. Gives it all to the face again. Unfortunately, Sumahan doesn't have the triggers, and that is game 1. Now Sumahan will have to win 2 more games in order to take the victory here. So yeah. Let me inform them they may start round 2. Okay. Let's go. ABC we will be taking the perspective of ABC for game 2. So oh gosh, ABC please. Okay. Alright, both players are ready. Let's view the fight.
勝負よさあ手短に行きましょうスタンドアップヴァンガードスタンドドロー
Fighter đấy nhỉ?
Fire bronze match lah.
Hả?
Third place match.
コールスキル発動スタンドドロー
Sorry about the interruption. Anyway, we shall now be taking a look at
ライド
the game. So we are taking we are looking at this game from the perspective of ABC here. So let's see. The Lians. Definitely. Okay, looking at his starting hand, yeah, he gets the Blaster Blade, meaning that he probably does not have the pieces in hand. So yeah, does not have the pieces in hand in order to get them. Decides to damage deny the opponent. So that is interesting. Alright. Drive checks the heal, whiffs a heal, but he will be hitting past a defensive heal. I mean, it doesn't matter what he checked, he would have been hitting past the defensive no matter what. So yeah, checks the damage. What will ABC be doing in this situation? It gets the blaster, the Gans a lot, meaning basically blaster blade. Alright. Okay, rides into the Blaster Blade. What would he do? He does not use the Blaster Blade skill. He ends a Marin, top decks a MLB, which is very much needed in this situation. So yeah, let's see what he wants to do here. Does he want to commit more cards from hand to be able to deal damage to the opponent? He commits. He uses the Against slot to get a Blaster Blade from deck. So let's see. He does not do anything other than just attack side. Very interesting. Looking at his hand, I personally would have done the same. Might as well just search for the pieces while he can. So yeah. Finds the Blaster Duck, and he will be able to do his plays on the next turn with the stuff. Now, okay, that is bad for that is very bad for for Sumahan here. He skips the right phase. This means that he does not have an MLB in hand, which is pretty detrimental. But you do have Wingle Brave as the searcher, so staying on grade 2 for one more turn isn't that terrible. No, he doesn't. No, actually, sorry, I'm wrong. But that is very bad because he has to stay on grade 2 for 2 turns. That turn he just skipped right, and this turn as well, since in order to search for this MLB he will have to take 1 damage. So ABC, does he have the game in the bag? Let's see. Taking quite a while to think here. Calls down the Star Call. Uses Star Call to search for Blaster Duck. You do know he has both pieces in hand already, so he probably just wants it for the 2 interceptors. He will be able to push. He will be able to push Sumahan to 3 damage here with his rear guards and the fact that MLB is just MLB, so he will be able to push it. Now, doesn't check anything. Very difficult situation for Sumahan over here, since if he does not top deck an MLB, he will have to stay on Blaster Duck for 1 more turn. And to make things worse, ABC checks a heal, meaning that even if Sumahan does top deck the MLB, and even if Sumahan does have the pieces to be able to activate the MLB, he won't be able to push a PG out of ABC's hand. Very dire situation indeed for Sumahan. Let's see, did he top deck his MLB? he does not. So he will basically be slowing down even more, which is incredibly bad. But he does put up quite a fight with the interceptors. He does not use the circle skill. He probably is gonna save it for maybe the next turn. For maybe Blaster Blade for later turns. So he will just be doing some basic swings and forcing his opponent to commit more cards from hand in order to get rid of the interceptors. But he will need more. He will be depending on heals here. Yes, the MLB mirror is quite gay, to say the least. Wingle Brave finally getting the MLB from deck. Now let's see whether let's see, he top decks the MLB. What will he do? Will he Lien? He'll probably Lien one of the cards. Lien's the MLB as expected. Top decks a Blaster Blade. But will he use it though? The thing now with using Blaster Blade is that he does not have 2 open counter blasts, so he won't be able to get the most value out of Blaster Blade. And as showed, he does not use the Blaster Blade here. ABC, there it is. He calls just 2 normal attackers, and then just goes for the interceptors with them instead. He wants to get the full value of Blaster Blade by 3 in hand and using it when he has 2 damages, 2 counter blasts instead. Top decks a PG from the draw, which will help him a lot. Another draw and he draws into a Marin. This will help a lot since his resources are running a bit low here for ABC. So Sumahan is in a pretty bad situation. Missing Great Tree for 2 turns is very bad. Oh gosh, this is gonna be quite the he's gonna need quite the comeback in order to make it in order to be able to win the game. He calls the Blaster Dark. Does he have the Blaster Blade in hand? Yes, he does. He will keep the Star Call Computer. He calls 2 Blaster Dark. He wants to keep both of his both interceptors on field. Now, will he give his opponent the 4th damage? Or will he be going for Palamedes instead? We shall see. From our perspective, or at least from my perspective, I know that ABC has the PGs to be able to survive, but from his perspective, we don't know. Will he take the risk of giving the opponent the 4th damage? But then for him to use like Blaster Blade and stuff, or will he not? And he decides to just go for the safer move, and personally I will also go for the safe move, and it's definitely the right move in the current situation of just attacking with the rear, just retiring the front row, just smacking the front row and going face with MLB to push a PG out of hand. So yeah, definitely definitely the better option in this situation. So let's take a look. What will ABC do in this situation? We know he has 1 Marin, 1 Palamedes, 1 PG, and 1 Blaster Blade. So what can he do? What should he do rather? He has Palamedes, Marin, Blaster Blade. Very difficult, very interesting situation rather. The thing is, if he commits a Blaster Blade now, sure he has an interceptor on field, but the thing is, Sumahan can very clearly just call 2 other interceptors, even though it's a bit of a liability over there, calling 2 interceptors there. So yeah, he moves the Liena. Yes. Yeah, I think that is the right move. Moving the Liena, calling the Marin, and then calling the Palamedes is the right move in the current situation. Since even if he attacks Palamedes, even if he wipes the front row, even if Sumahan wipes the front row, instead of an AK attacker, AK booster behind the back row, to be able to hit either 9k bases for grid ones, or be able to hit circles. Now Sumahan does have the PG to survive this turn, but does he have another to survive the next? Let's take a look. Sumahan will be trying to such as a Blaster Blade. He might as well commit Blaster Blade right now in order to get it. He might as well commit Blaster Blade right now since likely his hand does not have any more PGs. If I were to be honest, he used one PG, one PG. Yes, he does not have a PG in hand. He ran away Majesty Lord Blaster. He's definitely digging through his deck, hoping he can find his PGs, hoping he can find his triggers. Hoping he can find some other pieces, whether it be interceptors or other, yeah. He keeps the Blaster Blade in hand. He will be depending on a heal in this situation. He needs a heal, and the game does not give him the heal. However, it is still a winnable situation for Sumahan. We know he has a Blaster Blade in hand. We know that the opponent can't really do too. The opponent currently needs an interceptor, or needs a booster in order to hit the 17k base, or lest he prays that you have a prays for a trigger. So yeah, looking at the current hand of ABC, he probably will go for a 12k. He probably will call his Bedivere, attack the Vanguard, probably call either Star Call or Blaster Blade. Probably Blaster Blade actually. Or he calls Star Call, but I personally would have called Blaster Blade in this situation since Blaster Blade might as well, he's not really that useful right now. You might as well call him down. Because if your opponent, he goes for a side, okay, yeah, that's good. That's fine. Attacks the Vanguard with Bedivere. And Sumahan does check the heal trigger, meaning not only that he will be able to survive, well no, not only meaning that ABC needs to check double trigger to hit past the face, but he also needs to check double, even if he does check double heal trigger, or double trigger, he will still need a heal, he would still be able to survive, can't speak so late in the night, so gets another Blaster Lock, returns another Against Lock from hand back to deck. Ooh, this is now a very interesting situation. Likely, he has two Blaster Blades and he calls both down. Very bad situation for ABC here, since he won't be able to attack the Vanguard, or he won't be able to push the Vanguard for damage. So the heal over there was very, very useful, was very, very crucial in winning, in the potential winning. And ABC does not have the PG in hand and will be eating the Vanguard's attack. And ooh, this is quite the situation here. Will looking ahead, yes, this is probably his best, probably the best best form of Fire Player. Blaster Blade, call one of his Bediveres, attack rear guard, attack with Bedivere first, attack with Majesty Lord Blaster next, and just pray he doesn't get a trigger, pray Sumahan doesn't get a trigger, or he attacks with Sumahan first, with Majesty Lord Blaster first rather, checks the heal, basically praying that Sumahan does not check a trigger in one of the damages. Unfortunately, Sumahan does check the trigger here. Double trigger, in fact, double draw, in fact, and this draw is game changing because, as you can see, if Sumahan only didn't check, if Sumahan, like let's assume he procced a heal, on his 5th damage he checked the heal, he would only have two cards in hand, one card in hand and one card on field, and the one card on field, the Lien, is a 7k base, meaning that Lien won't be hitting Bedivere or Blaster Blade. So very good situation, and that double draw basically saved him. We know that ABC does not have a PG in hand, so he can just commit the field here and just go for face basically. He attacks with rear guard first. That's a very risky move here, but it's a risk that pays off since ABC will have to double heal in order to make this situation. Actually, no. Actually, no. He would have, even if he checked the trigger, he would have been able to soul in both blasters to get another 10k boost. Very smart, very good decision. He basically ABC needed a double 6 damage shield in order to win the game, and unfortunately, he does not check the double 6 damage shield. And that is game 2. We will now be moving on to the final game of the day, the final game of this tournament, game 3 of the bronze match. Let me give them the go ahead to start round 3. Final game. The pressure is up there, to say the least, because if you lose, you won't be getting the. If you lose, you won't be getting the. If you lose, you won't be getting the 10 packs. But if you win, you are getting 10 packs. So yeah, definitely the pressure, the situation here, very. The situations are high. So we're now back on the perspective of Sumahan. So let's see. We hope that Sumahan does not break as hard as he did in the first game. But was it the first game? No, he broke hard on the second game, but he was able to take it back through lucky triggers and just in general luck. Because Vanguard 0 is a luck-based game. Gosh, I love to say that. Rides into the cave, very basic, very normal grade 1 turns. He searches the blaster blade with Gancelot, so because he will be forcing, because he probably doesn't have a blaster in hand. And yeah, because I can see the hand, yeah, it does not have a blaster in hand. So getting the blaster blade to be able to at least search out his MLB and just praying you draw into your other pieces is good. So yeah. Will ABC give Sumahan the damage to be able to search with Wing of Brave? That is gonna be interesting. Let's see. ABC taking quite a while to think of whether he wants to give the opponent the damage, and he opts to give the damage. Checks a draw. Okay. The damage goes down, Blaster Blade goes to damage zone, so that looking at yeah, okay. Superman 10. Oh gosh. Yeah, talking oh gosh. Yeah, your voice definitely gets a bit strained after talking for so long. But the show must go on. And yeah, he Wingle Braves into the Majesty Lord Blaster here, and he does secure his Grade 3 ride. But looking at his hand, it's a bit yikes to say the least. Let's see here. Sumahan rides the Blaster Blade, opts not to go for the Burst Blaster. Definitely the right move here. He will want to search for his missing pieces with Wingle Brave instead. Let's take a look. It's taking quite a while to think. What will ABC do in this situation? He commits a Blaster Blade. Ooh, that is. So he wants to deal at least 1 damage to his opponent, but he commits a Blaster Blade. It says a lot about his hand, because if you commit a Blaster Blade so early on, it means you have another Blaster Blade in hand. And ouch, the Gancelot whiffs. Even drawing into Gancelot would have been very good in this situation, since Sumahan is missing both blaster pieces here. So he definitely won't be activating the ability. Alfred early. Now the interesting, yes, now he does ride into Alfred early, calls the Blaster Blade to back row. Because he is missing both. The important thing about Sumahan right now, the one thing to note with Sumahan right now is he's missing both pieces. both Blaster Blade and Blaster Duck, so he at least gets one of those pieces with Alfred early. You might as well ride Alfred early anyway to get that extra piece. But going in for the attack with Palamedes, personally, that was a bit of a mistake. I personally think that's a bit of a mistake because now what ABC can do now is punish the fact that he gave him the second counter blast by calling down the Blaster Blade, sacking the Blaster Blade in the back row, and then forcing Sumahan to dig through his deck for even more pieces. So that is a bit of a that's quite the costly mistake, to say the least, since it will slow Sumahan down even more than he already is. He already needed to waste a turn riding into Alfred early. Now he needs to waste even more turns without even having a guarantee of getting the pieces he needs. So let's see whether ABC will be sacking the back row. Yes, he will be. Definitely quite the mistake there. Personally, I would have just attacked rearguard. That's it. Attack rearguard, keep the Palamedes in hand, attack the rearguard, that's it. Now, does ABC have the Blaster Duck in hand, or is he, what's he considering here? Probably considering, he calls the Blaster Duck to rearguard. Does he have other blasters? Does he have a booster to be able to force a PG out of Sumahan's hand? Let's take a look. He calls another Blaster Blade. He'll probably call that down. Time is ticking though, so he needs to be quick. Calls down the... Ooh, he's calling a bunch of stuff down. Barely hitting the time. Well, and push his opponents now to 4, assuming that Sumahan does not check any triggers. Does he want to go for the safer option, or does he want to go for the higher option? He opts to take out the Palamedes instead. Very interesting. Then he goes and knocks a PG out of Sumahan's hand. Very bad situation for Sumahan, and ABC checks the heal. So he will be going down to 2 damage, meaning that it'll be even harder to kill ABC right now. Very bad situation for Sumahan. Now the thing is, he draws a Lien, but he does not really have other cards in hand to be able to capitalize on the Lien. Since he needs the Blaster, Blaster, he needs the Palamedes to hit the 12k base, and he needs the PG to survive MLB. So very difficult situation with the Lien here. So yeah. Very bad bricking coming here. That is unfortunate, but you will be seeing sometimes these very brick games in tournaments here. And in general, if you play enough games, you will be seeing bricks from time to time. Now, let's see. Excuse me. I would like to excuse myself. Alright. Will he push the PG? This is a very strong attack. These are very strong attacks from ABC here, because even if he because the opponent because he can still push Sumahan 2-5 damage even if he attacks the defensive, with that Palamedes column being 20k. So very destructive, very strong power column. He pushes a PG out of Sumahan's hand and then just pushes Sumahan straight to 5 damage, giving very little leeway of what to do on the next turn. Now, still does not have any blaster pieces. Does he draw into at least one of them? No, he does not. He draws into a Mara. That is incredibly unfortunate. But he does draw a PG, Sumahan, so he might still be able to at least survive for a turn, or for at least another turn. If he basically, what he would like to do here is call the Lien, call the Bedavere, call the Marin, push the opponent to 4 to 5, maybe even push a PG out of the ABC's hand here. Oh wait, no, sorry, but still the column still hit for 70k. Sorry, Better Beer does not get 12k because Alpha 30 is not a blaster. So yeah, he will be preying on heals though to be able to make it. He does get one heal, Sumahan. So his other column will be able to hit past a normal trigger, a normal damage check, a normal unit damage check to be able to push a PG out of bonus head. And Sumahan and ABC checks nothing, pushing a PG out of ABC's hand. Now this is a very heated situation here because both players are in dire need. Now the thing now, if ABC has a blaster blade, basically he has a very high likelihood of winning the game. But he does not seem to have the blaster blade. He uses Alfred to search for maybe an interceptor. Maybe he has 2 PGs in hand, so the interceptor will make the difference between life or death on the next turn. Meanwhile, the heal saved Sumahan because he only has 1 PG. The heal saved Sumahan because he only has 1 PG in hand. So he only has 1 PG in hand, so he will be forced to attack here. Now, Sumahan is in a very bad situation, but so is ABC's, or at least both players are in very unideal situations here. He checks blank blank from drive check, and likely gonna go. Will he go for face or will he go for side? But he will go for side, yes. I personally believe that is the right move as well. Now, basically, does ABC have 2 PGs in hand? Or okay, does ABC have 2 PGs in hand? Because he's gonna commit both. Sumahan, he can't really do anything else. He has to commit both his Majesty Lord Blaster and his Lien down to be able to hit that 12k base and to be able to hit that Bedivere. So you can't really do much in this situation. You have to pray on your opponent not getting a. You have to pray on your opponent not having 2 PGs. Let me check the drop zone. 1 PG is out, and I believe we have not seen many PGs out of ABC's drive checks. So the likelihood of having 2 PGs in hand is fairly high. So, but he has to take that very small chance because if he does not go for a game here, he can't really do much the next turn. So it's all about luck now. Does Sumahan have? Does ABC have 2 PGs? We will see. First PG goes down. Does the second one go down? PG, ouch. A heal whiffs. I believe that is the 3rd heal. So Sumahan will be relying on 6 damage heals here. Ouch, the second PG goes off and Sumahan unfortunately is likely gonna lose unless he does check the triggers. Let's see. Attacks with Majesty Lord Blaster first. Does he 6 damage here? Let's see. He checks the draw. Draws into a Marin, good. Ah, that is GG. Very close game. Well played from both players here. But ABC will be taking the title of 3rd place in the Cardfight Vanguard Vanguard 0 tournament. Congratulations to both players. So definitely sucks to be in 4th place. 4th place sucks the most since you don't get anything at all. But still very well played to both players here. And thank you to everyone who has participated in this CF0 rep chat tournament. And yeah. And hope you guys enjoyed this. I would also like to thank not only Cardfight Rep Chat, but also I would not only like to thank Cardfight Rap Chat, but also my co-host Dob slash The Evil in the server for not only for basically getting all this ready. I'm just the streamer and kind of a moderator and admin for this tournament here. Thank you everyone for joining in today. Now I have one more thing to announce to everyone. Next Sunday, as part of Cardfight Rap Chat, we will be having a one of Dob's standard championship tournaments as well. So do participate if you are interested in Cardfight area. If you are in Cardfight area and are interested in basically just getting more clout in the in Cardfight Rap Chat. So yeah. Anyways, thank you everyone for watching and sticking to the stream. Gosh, this was a long one. This definitely hurts my voice, but it was worth it. Definitely good learning experience for not only me but also all of Rap Chat. Hopefully we can do another Cardfight Vanguard 0 Rap Chat tournament soon. So yeah. Anyways, thank you all for watching. Like, comment, subscribe if you haven't. And yeah, gosh, this thing has lasted for 5 hours and I am ready to sleep. Thank you all for watching. See ya.